I'm tangenting.
Not at all. Thank you.
That's what I heard, Serendipity. It's okay if it's just a face. It's okay if it's just a name.
No, it's
Revealing people's personal information without their explicit consent is a bad idea.
Yeah.
I don't care if there's 50 people in the room and 49 of them have your phone number. It's not cool to put your phone number up for that 50th person.
You don't put other people on blast like that. When they tell you something, you keep it between you and them, right? Like, you don't take the confidence they showed you and then shit on it.
Yeah. I don't give a shit what the legal definition of doxing is. I don't give a shit what the Oxford definition of doxing is. What I give a shit about is, are you a fucking human and a lot about who you are? You know, it is just a fucking app. And I would say that 99.9% of the time, when people dox other people, they relatively don't experience any real life consequences from it. But you know what? It's unsettling. It's harassment. And it's just fucking vile. It tells me who you are.
Yeah. Well, Sarah, remember yesterday how I was a little worried yesterday, how everything went down. I was like, oh God, do I have to fight? Do I have to defend myself? And then I checked my character and I was like, you know what? People have every right to feel how they want to feel. People have every right to do what they want to do. How I react is what's going to change the entire situation. So if I come in the room screaming, yelling, kicking my feet, freaking hurt, okay?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And Serendipity, man, you couldn't have said it better. Like, if I tried to do the same. It was something anti-Semitic. It was something Christian hate, or it was something, super. If you could hate somebody for something, if you could dox somebody for something, it was in a clickbait, stupid freaking title in the damn hallway, and I was so sick and tired of seeing. I was like, listen, bring me your trash. Come on in here. If you are so beside yourself that you think that it's okay to interrupt people on stage and say your filth and spew your garbage because you've got whatever little clout you've got, then come on in here and do it in the pockets. There are Hillary, and there was a few other, I pinged in here. There are a few. There are a few and far between. They're not disingenuous fucking assholes on this app. But if not, I'm looking for the few soldiers, the male or female, Republican or Democrat, Christian or mother today than you did yesterday. That's all it is. Treat people like you want to be treated. Sorry, thank you. It's what I'm passionate about.
Yes, we're word vomiting and regurgitating our frustration slippers from the other 500,000 rooms that have occurred in the last 8 days, because the answer to the question is, it doesn't matter what the legal definition of doxing is. It doesn't matter what the Oxford definition of doxing is. It doesn't matter the level to which you shared somebody's personal private information. Just fucking don't. Act like a damn decent human being and don't do it. Don't stoop to that level. End of story.
It's weird. It's very weird. No, you're good. This is Adams, by the way.
Oh, hey, Adams.
Hey, what's up? I'm now Slippers. Yes.
Okay,
Hello.
sorry. I just did it, y'all. I just did it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're good. Here's my take. I feel like they're all hypocrites, and I feel like they should just stop talking about this. I'm really concerned for their mental health and some of them their salvation, and they sound very unwell. I woke up, went into work, okay? It's sick, and I don't know why anybody thinks on either side that they're of any moral authority to be speaking on and dragging the people that they're dragging. It's very, very, very fucking weird. So I don't know what type of delusion, these people have sunk it into, but everything that they're accusing the other of doing, they have done to other people.
Yes, that's exactly my point. Need 100 definitions from 100 different people about what doxing is or is not. I just know, as a human being, Adams, if I had your full name, your address, and your phone number, and we became enemies tomorrow, that would never go anywhere, because it's just a shitty thing to do. It makes me look shitty. It doesn't hurt you. It makes me look like a shitty person. There's just absolutely no other explanation for it. I just mentioned, I got like 60 people from Clubhouse's phone number in my phone. Some of them I'm still friends with, and some of them I never talk to anymore. But you know what? I'd never give that information from my phone to anybody else because it's just not a fucking decent thing to do.
I don't understand, Serendipity. You're one of the few people, literally, left on this app that I think, and it's sad because like I compare it to people in real life. I wonder if people are really, is it me, or are there really people that just don't think about it like you? I don't care if, look, I'm a Christian. Guess what? I sin. Christians sin. That's a fact. And any Christian that wants to say that they're so holy, that, oh my God, did you hear what Serendipity said? Did you hear what she did in that room though? Yeah, she said that. Who gives a shit? Like, stop acting like you are so much better of your faith or of your sex or of your political affiliation. You're not that great. You're not that special. You will make mistakes. And so just keep your own side of the sidewalk clean and stop doxing people. It's that freaking simple. Be a decent human being. If you can't, then fucking hide yourself away from the rest of society so we don't have to deal with you being an asshole. Stop being an asshole. Sorry. Ugh.
No, it's okay. I felt the same way. Like I said, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that you need to spend 6 hours exploring what the definition of doxing means. Is it not common sense to most ordinary, normal people that when you're privy to something personal or private about somebody, you should keep it private? Like, this is a common sense thing. It's just a common sense thing. You just don't do it. And I don't understand why we have to have room after room, day after day, rehashing the same sentiments and getting 5,000 different definitions for what it means and what it is and what it isn't, and justifying our actions. Like, it's just not necessary. You wouldn't have to justify your actions if you weren't doing shitty things. Just stop. I don't know. I think it's common sense.
My grandfather used to have a saying. It was follow the golden rule. More than anything, that's what it boils down to. People treating other people the way they would be irate if they were treated themselves.
I am really biting my tongue right now with you, Marshall, because it's not that this is a room to hash things out, but I have literally watched you mod abuse. You have mod abused so many times.
This is not the fucking
room. Not okay.
This is
no,
not
it is.
the fucking
It is okay.
No,
stop being holier than thou. Stop trying to act as though that you're
okay. Hold on.
Guess what? It is not okay.
Hold on. We're not going to bring drama into this room from other rooms. We're not going to bring drama. We're not going to bring drama into this room from other rooms. If you and Marshall need to have a little wavy wave and talk your stuff out, you're more than welcome to do that. And John, just so you know, I'm not complaining about, I'm not stirring the dogs. I'm trying to settle the dogs. The answer is simple. Just be a fucking decent human being. I'm not looking for definitions of what does it mean. Did they do it? Didn't they do it? Who did it? Who's responsible? Who was worse? I don't care. Cut it out. Just cut it out.
But wait a minute, Serendipity, does that mean I have to be a decent fucking human being when people are watching and when people aren't watching?
I mean, people always try.
But you'd be surprised that in Clubhouse, as long as somebody else is there on stage and can hear you, and the replays are on, and it's like, oh, that wonderful thing that so-and-so said. Well, by God, it'll be like music, huh? It's like the sweetest, holiest angel just comes out of their mouth. But when it's behind closed doors, or I don't know, in back channel messages that can be reread, then you sit there and read the garbage crap that they're spouting out. And it's like, where was this guy? Where was this girl when they were, holier than thou mod in whatever room that they were doxing everybody else in, or they were mod abusing everybody in? That to me is bullshit.
And I just want to say, hold on one second, John, as someone who donated to your campaign, bro, I think I got a right to say something with this. As someone who donated, this is not a complaint room. We're just talking, just a Not your problem.
sorry.
Yeah, John, like we're just talking, bro. Same reason y'all congressmen talk for years about the same bill that never gets passed. We're doing the same thing right now.
Can you
we're just talking.
can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Pockets.
Yeah.
Can you please stop calling this man Congressman? Okay, we don't need to be feeding these delusions. Like, this is crazy.
Oh, I think he's running for Congress, but he's definitely not a congressman yet.
Yeah, right. So the term for somebody running for Congress is running for Congress. It's not Congress.
Hey, the proper political
Fuck
terminology
you.
He's the gentleman from Chicago.
is candidate for Congress.
Wait, please say that again. Listen, bro, if we do semantics so much, I'm gonna have to get the word semantics literally stapled on my fucking.
You sit here and criticize John.
I gotta get that shit tattooed on my forehead right now, bro, and learn how to spell it. At this point, the word
All right.
Okay.
Put it in the front.
Since everybody's quick to criticize, and I know Slippers wants to right now, that I'm trying to use the right term, even though Slippers is my friend, I want to say it the right way. So if since it isn't this reoccurring topic, one more time, Marshall, so that we all just say it right. He's got enough accounts, you can make one call to
The
it.
proper terminology is candidate for Congress.
Okay, can I gotta remind people, because I know y'all really like to talk and get excited. And just to remind you, please don't interrupt. Thank you.
So,
I do what I want.
as it relates to his campaign, Marshall, he is not a candidate for Congress. He's a candidate for the loony bin.
You know, Adams, you can continue to libel and slander me and project all you want. Come on, you're Trump.
There's not a jury in this country that wouldn't hear you on air. Okay, and think that you're sane.
In the now,
You are absolutely batshit.
drama from overroom. So feel free to overtalk me and not give me any space to say what I want to say. But go ahead, Slippers. Finish.
Well, we know that you're not going to be over talking to anybody in Congress anytime soon.
So
Yeah, well, we're about to go to Rockford and Peoria and get 700 signatures to get on that ballot with $600 from Clubhouse. So thank you, Clubhouse. Thank you, everyone, especially Pockets, our newest campaign contributor. Thank you very much, Bob.
yeah, wait. My mom lives in Slippers. My whole family lives in that city. Like, it means something to me. And I know you're not in that state or even that city, but there is a guy on our app right now, whether or not you consider him to be running for anything political or Congress or not, that's actually doing the damn thing.
Okay.
So until you can tell me that you're going to be doing for my family in the city that my family lives in, I'm sorry, dude, please. You keep your personal feelings to yourself. He's actually doing the damn thing.
Dr. Adams, a.k.a. Slippers, is a very professional individual.
Wait, we're gonna
John
get
Kitover will not be killing over anyone in Congress. Facts.
Go ahead, complain all you want, Moose. You're a liberal Democrat.
You're a freak who's pretending to run for Congress in 25 different.
Oh, I'm not pretending, you Democrat.
Tell all your voters
You're actually
what you do
running
in
for
Clubhouse.
Congress, and we're actually going to be on the march.
Tell all your voters that you built a
Thank you very little.
people without their jobs.
Yeah, let's hear him out, Mojo. So Moose, what is it that he's going to have to, quote unquote, tell all of, even my mother, let's say my aunt, my brother, my sister-in-law, all of these very close family members that could or could not vote for him, may or may not vote for him. What is it that they're going to have to, he'll have to explain to them that he's been espousing about a stupid fucking Clubhouse app? Please tell me that's what you're about to say. Shh. You're just gonna answer now, okay?
Yeah, Frank, I'll have another martini. It's the principle, Kitty. Like, it's just, like, it's the behavior of a college 19-year-old, not someone who's running for Congress. Like, I mean, hey, I get it. I'm not saying he's breaking the law. Let's be clear on that. Clubhouse has clearly created the incubator for this kind of festering behavior to happen. So I don't put that on him. That's on Clubhouse. But to spend hours and hours on this versus spending hours and hours and effort into his campaign, I just think it's very odd behavior. I don't know if I vote for someone who is going around people without their
Almost, I accept some validity in your opinion. I would say that I think it's far less crazy for John to do the social experiment of trying to at least get himself on the ballot and get some public visibility on the issues that are important to him. And that's at least a little more productive than spending hours and hours and hours on this app trying to define doxing and get 500,000 opinions on what doxing is. I mean, we can't do, hold on. We can't do, pot, kettle, black, like this entire subsection of Clubhouse has spent the last 8 days in rooms, hours upon hours upon hours defining what is doxing, just amplifying redoxing. I mean, you've got 15 people wearing PTRs that they shouldn't be wearing, which is crazier. I mean, yeah, maybe you don't approve of it.
I agree, Serendipity. I agree.
Yeah.
None of those people are running.
Listen, you use Clubhouse the way you want to use Clubhouse. I will use Clubhouse the way I want.
Wait, can we just give her a second to I want to hear what Moose has to say, because that to me is important. It really matters to me. What the hell people are actually investing that much fucking time if you're on a stupid Facebook, Clubhouse, whatever app. And if John's sitting there talking about what policies that align with him politically, and they happen to align with not only me, but the people in the actual city that he's running for it, that is important to me and to my family.
And while you're there, the other mod, I did come in kind of hot. No disrespect to you. Moose, my time.
Yes.
Moose, my time. If you don't mind, I will say this: somebody who's done this for 10 years. John, you're not as serious as you think you are. I'm being real. You're taking some steps, and I applaud that. Good for putting your name on the ballot. But if you're really serious about this, you need to get far more serious than you actually are. And it means that what it means is you can't spend most of your time on Clubhouse. You got to spend 3 hours a day on Clubhouse, and the rest of your time talking to people, going to meetings, doing the things that's going to build your brand and network. Otherwise, you're going to be perpetually online.
Okay, and to that, I also want to say, even though we don't see eye to eye religiously, I'm going to pray for you incessant in prayer that what hard work you're doing now doesn't fall on deaf ears, and that if there's anything that I can do from knocking door to door, my ass is on my way to Illinois to help you. So I think that what you're doing is far more than just the blah, 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 talking crap, even though it might be nice sentiment that someone like Marshall, who's just a diehard Republican, is saying. You're actually doing the damn thing. I respect you for it, and I'll pray for you for it.
Kitty, the criticism I made of John was not that I didn't applaud him for trying to put his name on a ballot.
Correct.
It was that he's not serious enough.
Okay, he's not serious enough, but he's doing more than you are doing.
If he was serious enough, he would have.
Marshall, he's doing more than you're doing. Think about this. You've self-proclaimed you've done this for 10 years, have you not? You're in the matrix. Let's give him a second. I can't hear him.
Give him a second. Kitty, by the way, I don't think is he still in the matrix?
Yeah, give him a second. Hey, Marshall, I can't hear you.
Marshall, you're in the matrix.
When I pray, I don't try to say that I got a red line to Jesus.
Hold on.
Jesus
Hold
just
on.
matrix. That was a joke.
Hold on. Marshall, you're in the matrix. I'm going to open it up to anybody else that.
I just wanted to say real quick, while he's on the matrix, so Kitty, I don't know if you were in a room where John and Mojo held a room where, unbeknownst to the applicants that he found on Craigslist, yes, at some point in the interview that he broadcast for the entire room, he didn't let these applicants know that he's interviewing. He's like, hey, by the way, I'm going to interview you, and it's going to be on a public audio app. He didn't say that at the beginning, so he told him a few minutes into it, and of course, the poor guy, feeling awkward, wasn't going to be like, okay, yeah, I guess that's cool. Kitty, does that sound like normal behavior? What is the need to interview people, applicants, on a public app?
That's illegal.
That should be private.
MG, isn't that illegal?
No, it's not. So
That doesn't violate employment laws by doing that? Broadcasting an interview?
can I answer the question that was directed to me? Moose asked an honest question. Okay, so to that, Moose, I would say, is it the right thing to do morally? No. Could he have done better? Sure. But is it illegal? No, it's not. Two, if you look at the terms and agreement, and I'm saying if you get down the fine print of YouTube, Instagram, Clubhouse, they have certain things that if put out there and it's well known that you're putting it out there, whether that person signs off for it or not, you've been recorded and you know that you're getting recorded. I mean, like if they took the call, if they answered the questions, then unfortunately, is it right?
You're missing the point. They were not called out kidding. They were on the telephone. They were on the telephone.
That sounds like a hostile working environment.
They didn't agree to any terms and conditions. And even without the legality,
Right.
even without the legality of kidding, your first 2 points, is this the right thing to do? You even said no.
I hate to interrupt, but Serendipity MG Hakeem, I just want to let you know that this complaint room has become a candidate Congressman John Kitover struggle session. So I want to thank all the strugglers out there who are still struggling. God bless you, and may you overcome your struggles.
And for those that want to
Don't
vote for
project
him, I do want
Moose,
to let
you
you
liberal
know.
Democrat cock and slippers over
That's
there.
not interrupting.
Dr. Adams. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your struggle session.
Margaret
Keep
Taylor
struggling.
Greene.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Hold on a minute.
It was going to be great. It's going to be a commercial for John real quick. So
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Kitty, hold on a minute. Please, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to those of you that have just recently come in the room. This has been a little bit rowdier than we typically do, but I hear people are missing mojo and the fireworks. And I mean, I even have a male mod up here just for Matt Cool. Where is he? Did he leave already?
Please, God, let it be Matt.
Oh, poor Matt.
I'll get back in here.
I'm not done. I hear that it's offensive for women to mod a space and to not have some male representation. So can we all just give a bow to Hikima? He is stage. He does not have a vagina. And he is representing as part of the mod squad.
No, it's not about vagina. Also, I just want to know that Hikima is one of my campaign contributors. Thank you, Hikima.
But all that to say, this room originated simply because I'm just a little bit frustrated about 15 hours a day for 7 or 8 days in a row having to define the definition of doxing and continuing to propagate and repeat the doxing when I don't really care how it's defined. I think that if you share personal information, I don't give a shit if they shared it 3 days ago. You share personal information that somebody that is not your own, you're a shitty person. And I'm going to remember it. I'm going to remember that you're not trustworthy. And I don't understand why we have to define whether it's right or wrong or make excuses for our behavior. To do wrong. Well, so-and-so did this to me, so by God, I'm going to do this to them. Like, just be a fucking decent human being. Like, everybody is watching you hours after hours after hours. They're all watching you. And at the end of the day, all that your behavior tells me is that you're just a shitty person. And you're not somebody I'm ever going to trust. So, like, it's time to get over it. It's time to move on. Like, stop perpetuating it. Stop continuing to espouse people's personal information and continuing to make it public fodder. Like, stop giving it gas. And I don't know. I'm just over the regurgitation of it.
And I need you to do like that entire spiel. I need you to do that in the beginning of Good People Only, like that inflection and everything. Like, I need that to be like the only thing that's recorded for Good People Only. Also, is Matt Liberty the same thing as Matt Cool? Because I did message Matt.
No, Matt Liberty is not Matt Cool.
Sorry, Mr. Liberty. I was about to beg Sarah.
I hate to interrupt you, but I just put in the chat. For the record, I didn't dox personally. I reported Brad to the legal authority.
Yeah, we don't want to hear it. I mean, John, I fuck with you.
Okay, that's not fair. Then
I did not remove them. No.
Who removed them?
I know.
I'm moving down to the
I
bottom.
did. It was me.
He was just moved. He was just moved down.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to. We don't want to feed into that. Who's talking?
I'm confused. Yeah, sorry, I'm explaining.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Because I did that. That was like the second time or third, I can't remember, but he has interrupted many times, and we're not doing that. Thank you for.
Okay, well, I interrupt a lot, and I didn't interrupt now. But I will say this much: whether or not it's something that you're
Wait a minute.
doxing them.
Kitty, I love you and I love your energy, but MG was in the middle of saying something.
Oh, I'm sorry, MG, I'm sorry.
Kitty, no worries. I'll be quick. I mean, we already took care of it. I was just gonna say I'm not interested in whatever drama, Brad, whatever this shit is. We don't want to hear. Please don't start.
Please do not bring Frank up.
Yeah, don't bring Frank up. We don't care. God bless Brad. Whatever's going on, we don't want any parts of it.
Oh no, we're good.
Guys,
We're good.
Yeah.
If you
So,
put
everybody in the room, whatever that bullshit is, please don't bring it on stage. We don't want any parts of it. I hope I'm very clear. So.
zero doxing. If you dox it, you're a shitty person. And put that one.
MG, take it. Last night, son. Hey,
What?
nothing. There's an internal language between me and
Thanks for Texas Jam. Thanks, all right.
Dr. Mitch, you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to say. Oh my God.
Messaging me, and I'm gonna give him the link for this room.
You guys, I think it's a great time to read the rules in the month. Just so that everybody's clear. And then I'm going to hand the mic back to Dr. Mitch, who I handed the mic to in the first place. But let's have a really quick review. This house and the rooms in the chat are for entertainment purposes, often imitated, never duplicated. We are the original trademark in the month, John. The rules include, number 1, no threats of violence, no doxing, stay on topic, keep your shares brief. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N-word and the K-word are forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. English only. Keep families out of your mouth. And no speaking while eating. Assume that all rooms are being streamed. Paul and the Clubhouse team have taken away the mod's ability to remove people that do this when they introduced the Anon feature. So there you have it, folks. Dr. Mitch, would you please go ahead with what you wanted to say?
I would love to. I feel like I'm in the courtroom on my cousin. No, listen, what a gift it is to have so many women up here moderating and running this room. And I think the guys get a little intimidated and they start freaking out. It's really a gift. I appreciate you. Please keep doing it. I appreciate your perspective. I think it's just some people are just entertained by creating chaos. Again, I want to remind everybody, the world is challenging, and there are a lot of forces against us, and we have to do what we can to be positive for our families and our communities, and we shouldn't be arguing with each other. We got enough going on, so please be nice to each other. Thank you.
You bring up a really good point too, because you don't know what somebody on the other end of this phone is experiencing in their real life. You don't know if they've lost loved ones. You don't know if they've lost their job. You don't know what their situation is that they may be dealing with on the other side. And people are really quick to not give grace. And we should be better about doing.
Don't forget, maybe not only they lost their job, lost their loved one, maybe lost their mind.
There's that too. Marshall, did you want to say something?
Can I be heard, or am I coming through poorly?
No, yes, we can hear you now.
No, okay.
I just couldn't hear you because you're in the Matrix.
So one of the first things the campaign does is, aside from trying to get on the ballot, they set up an initial group of funders, not just crowdfunded, but people who can pitch in for things like ballot fees. One of the other first things they do is get a campaign website, right? Because believe it or not, people in campaigns will go register your name on the internet as their website. It's something
Yeah, I heard him
that's
talk
not
about
public.
this. Yeah, I already heard him talk about this. Okay.
Yeah. Kitty, I was talking to the room, not specifically you.
Yeah, but you're pointing out things that you don't even know what he's
Kitty,
I actually know what I was pointing out is some of the first stuff people want to establish. One of the other things you're going to want to do is name a treasurer, right? One of the other things you're going to want to do is start knocking doors yourself. And as somebody who's knocked a lot of doors in this last campaign cycle, Kitty, I knocked 6,000 of them. No offense, John, but I don't have a feeling you're anywhere near 6,000. No offense meant, but Kitty did challenge my abilities. So in one campaign cycle, that was the amount of work I did. Imagine doing something like that along with managing a campaign for the last decade. Like that's the kind of work I had done, and I've done it for 10 years. So when I say he's not as serious as he could be, it's not a personal criticism. It is a campaign criticism, and one that is intended if he is really genuinely interested in running for office, to hear that and go, maybe I'd be a little bit more serious, right?
Right. Okay. I can see that. Let's be positive about it. So let's look at it this way. While we're on the same vein as Marshall and we're trying to be positive about this and we're looking at someone's hard work and what he's dedicated, and I think that it was you that brought up something as far as the Republican Party, it should be for, and I will say this much, as far as the state of it, city is certainly with their governor, there is zero, and I mean zero, transparency. So with Marshall being in favor as a Republican who's door knocked for 10 plus years, and is all about transparency, which I believe the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois really needs, I know that that's one thing that I heard John talk about. I think another thing that you said something about a secretary. John, I don't care what it takes. It's an hour flight. I'll knock on however many doors it takes. I'll do it free of charge. There. Between the two of us, I think we could knock out easily 6,000 plus. And if you are from or know or any affiliation with anyone from the state of Illinois, specifically the 16th district, I really hope that you reiterate this as best you can to vote for John, if you could. There, see, being positive, being transparent.
For that contribution, Kitty. So, happy Saturday, y'all.
The happiest of Saturdays. I'm transporting a file cabinet and some chairs for a friend of mine. They were like, Marshall, I bought some shit at an auction. Go get it for me. I was like, all right, I don't have anything to do.
Can everybody do me a favor and just love bomb MG for a minute? Just throw up some hearts and give her
really
a love
pretty.
bomb.
She's really nice.
Yeah, I just want to love on her for a minute, okay?
It's giving me a red flag, but I'm giving you a virtual one. I could have. That means I've given too many hearts and 100s to serendipity. I'm sorry. Hey, let me work. You did it one more time.
So, did anybody get anything productive done today?
I did a lot on that.
Aside from this furniture stuff, a little bit of cleaning, that's about it.
I'm gonna mud my walls.
I did laundry.
Oh my God. I'm going to get laundry done. I have the motivation and the positivity. I will come back to you, serendipity, when the laundry's done.
Okay, you do that.
That's pretty much what I got going on. Just gotta mud my walls and let that shit dry.
Oh, I did some of that recently. That's some rough work.
Now, I will say that
Gotta get done, though.
under the vein of being being positive and not being doxing and not being an asshole. In the month, I hope that he stays alive and well. I really do. I will completely tell anybody that I have joined Clubhouse to join this house. But I will say from the awesomeness of nearly 3,000 real quick people, they start to drop off because it's not, and Moose, you might want to hear this part, it's not as appealing. Unfortunately, drama and stupid things from a-holes will tend to grab and grapple, for whatever reason, people's attention. And that's where the content lies. That's where the juicy drama lies. And sometimes, as unfortunate as it may be, you need that devil, that that mayhem, as it were, that brings in the people to pay attention. I'm not saying that I'm not in favor of it. I'm just saying, for word to the wise, serendipity, you'll always have MG, you'll have me, probably Kristen, Akima, Marshall, probably.
Why are you calling out my name, Kitty? I'm confused.
People still want to be a part of good rooms for the most part, but they trail off if it doesn't have the drama, and that's just a sad.
I'm not sure if the drama.
Especially payments. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is especially even like the law rooms that I've heard you talk about which has been really interesting. A lot of times, unless it's got that drama, it doesn't really bring in crowds, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, no, I hear you there. That's just the crux of social media. I mean, that's a Clubhouse exclusive, but of course we see it, or hear it, I should say, daily, and it's gotten, I think, I don't know, these past couple of days have been pretty grotesque.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right, and I'm glad Serendipity did this to chill people the F out.
I'm doing a poll. You'll bear with me for a sec.
She's not working it. She's just creating one for clarity. Thanks.
Thanks for the clarity, Kitty. We weren't sure. I mean, I think high school kids would laugh at us, and then it's collectively, it's just the he said, she said, and I'm the best this, I'm the best that, and you said this, I said, it is utterly. I think high school kids would be embarrassed for us.
Yeah, but the Generation Alpha.
I mean, some of those could be their parents. I'm confused. In those spaces, y'all are, grown. Y'all could be parents. I mean, I don't. Let me go on mute.
All right, I got a poll at the top of the room for everybody. Matt Cool coming for the girls in the muff.
That was weird. Why do you care about women mods in someone else's house? I don't know. I hope he comes in here so I can ask him directly.
Wait,
I do too.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's not like poster child's incel statement or behavior. I'm not sure what is.
Right?
Can anybody explain to me what happened to Roger, who I used to know of as Mojo, and now I see a bunch of different Mojo variations? What's going on with Roger?
Mojo is only sporadically checking in on the app right now. There were some issues with doxing Anson, and so he's taking a break.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. If you'd like, when I talk to him, I can tell him to reach out to you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I'd like to understand what happened and what I can do to support him. Actually, I certainly agree with the way he conducts himself, at least when I've seen him on this app, and I'd like to stay in contact with him.
Yes, absolutely. I will let him know to reach out to you when I talk to him next.
I heard the thing about Matt Cool, but I don't know where he went. Everybody needs.
Yeah, me neither. I'm gonna ping him.
Okay, because
Yeah.
he said, "Where are you guys?" And I said, "Well, I mean, there's no polite way to say it, but I'm like, I'm in the muff. Then after I wrote it, I was like, well, maybe, it was the truth. So I just put the truth. It is what it is. We can revamp the name in a year. We'll come back to that.
That's a Mojo decision. I think Mojo likes being in the muff.
Says that there's a necessity. Great, we're winning. Look, 84%. Fantastic. Somebody wants to be in the muff and have
Everyone
fun in the muff.
be in that. Have
Adams,
accountability room.
Adams, you're breaking my heart. Slippers. Slippers. You're breaking the heart. Come on now. I make you one of those strong, manly voices in the muff. Oh my goodness.
It's really nice messages in my back channel for a change. It is nice. I think everybody, some of which I don't even know.
No, Mr. Kitover, we're changing the topic. There's...
So this.
Hey, how are you?
Cool. How about you, Chicken?
I'm doing pretty good. Trying to...
What's up?
Hey, Joe. What's up?
John.
Hey guys, I inadvertently unmuted. I'm just kind of listening.
He said, I didn't want that attention. Cut it out. Yeah, and I know where Mr. Cool is.
We need his bell. You know how he would just very, like, almost appropriately, sometimes inappropriately, on mic and just ding his bell? We need that. God, we need that. Hey, check it out now. Listen, Serendipity is doing a Good People Only room. It's awesome. I love this.
Hey, Aaron. It's good to see you. Good to hear.
Oh my goodness. I feel better. I got my rant out of my system.
I don't know how much it's going to cost General to pay for her to do our commercial for Good People Only, but oh my God, when she does her whole spiel of like the rules and regulations, it's worth it. Yes, we're going to have to we're fundraise for Serendipity.
Kristen, what were you going to say, sweetheart?
I'm just saying, yay!
I mean, I really feel like I'm embracing my inner drama queen right now. I could go on a few little tangents, but
I'm glad that I'm here to support you in that.
you're here to support.
Sincerely, because sometimes, like, when, I understand how it's like you care, and then there's so much activity, and I don't want to speak for you. I'm just trying to relate. There's often when we get mad, sometimes we say things that we regret later, and it's good to take a moment and take a breather, just talk about stupid, mundane things like how excited I am that I got a delivery of tissue boxes today.
Okay,
I'm excited I got a beach lava. Sorry, Kim, go ahead.
I just wanted to know what her tissue box looked like, because I really want to know.
They're Kleenex boxes, and they are rectangles, and I got them from Costco.
Okay.
Kenny's like, okay, Marshall. What are you going to say?
Oh, I was just saying I was happy because I got a beach lava.
Are you saying meat
It's
colada?
No, it's like a Bloody Mary, but for beer.
Ew.
How
If it is
It's a
vodka.
Mexican thing.
how
Yeah.
how is it mixed?
Slippers is right.
So mostly mixed to like, or like half mixed to one beer, usually.
I mean, it's not that I don't love the tissue, the little triangles, but like that one does kind of steal the. Of the two, if I had to pick one person, just saying, that one's selling to me a little more.
Slippers? You want to vote?
Yeah, what's up?
You want to change that vote? Change that vote. Scarlet! You traitor!
Let me know before you pull it down so I can fix my vote.
Also, wow, I'm glad that I worked for Cracker Barrel for 6.5 years, like through college and even afterwards. And so now with their whole thing, I didn't get to read the whole deal, but I wish if Scarlett gets an extra second, she could explain what's the.
If you click on my PTR, you'll see what they're changing it to, and it's just. I did a room replay about the de-characterifying Americana. And how the modern art is driving out our personalities. Like we have to be embarrassed about an old timer and a Cracker Barrel that they have to erase them from their logo. And I get there is child trafficking, there is sex trafficking, there is slavery all over the world. We have corrupt politicians. Playing with children inappropriately. We have corruption, and like there are a lot of things that are serious issues. And this is important to me. This is a culture war. Andrew Breitbart said politics is downstream from culture, and I think the outrage over Sydney Sweeney wearing American Eagle blue jeans is emblematic of the wokeism, and I'm going to start saying wokeism instead of woke, because there's three definitions for woke.
Oh,
and too much.
It's not a replay. I'm in the mood to be petty.
Fair enough.
I love you one time.
Did I get demodded? But no, okay. Like, wow.
She was going to be like, did you touch me? I would not touch you without your permission.
Must have been that Negro. That Negro touched Scarlett again.
I have to have consent. I love you. I'm sorry. I'm just in a flippin' petty, gripey. I'm just embracing the girl in me right now.
Oh no, I'm in shock. Side-eyeing everybody. Like what?
Brian, I saw that initial vote, okay? You better be glad you changed that.
Oh, change my vote? Got it. Wait, what?
I saw your original vote.
Oh, you're glad with what I have now? That's good.
Wait, what? Girls are in the map?
I got a question. Who can actually moderate them up better than a woman? Like literally.
Thank you, Hakima. Thank you.
If you let the man control the month, if you let the man control the month, he would not do the moderation.
Some people like that though, Hakima. Some people like that.
But the point we're talking about moderation. Who can moderate better? The woman definitely can moderate the month better.
That's right. Otherwise, there would be no moderation.
None at all. All day long.
This title though, and this is my last word. This title is worth a replay though. It really
Yeah.
That was funny, Monica.
I was on one. Up here, my feet. Just be a decent fucking human being. And then I doxed Slippers twice. Using his old name.
To be fair, name changes are difficult.
He's got Adams in his profile. It doesn't count.
Oh no, we're not defining doxing.
I think it's great though that Slipper's name is at Lord Adams. Royalty.
I just thought I'd put up my legs and, I don't want to encourage anybody to dock because they think I'm secretly fat.
Well, you're a step ahead.
No, but what isn't that the first excuse this week?
What, the excuse that you're fat? I'm missing something.
I think it has a lot to do with, like, why does clout matter to some people? On a freaking social media app, like, I guess what's the, you do things because you perceive reward from doing them. What is the reward of clout?
Power.
But is it really?
On a free app?
Not really.
Yeah.
I
mean, I don't know. I guess I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I don't get it. I don't care if they do it. If they do we're not Nicki Minaj. What was it? A Cardi B and whoever song about it. I don't care if they try to really oversell how many followers. I don't care if it takes 1 billion followers and for every billion you get $1 billion, or if it's 1 billion and you get a nickel for every like and follow you. It doesn't matter. If that's your agenda, if you booty clap for clout, then you're an indecent, garbage. You're a trash bag, garbage human being. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Am I the only one who finds it funny that there's a bunch of women that don't get it in the muff?
That was funny.
My mother.
Says the man with the largest cock in his PTR.
No, it's tractor right now, but I mean, yeah.
Oh, did you take the cock down?
It is a tractor.
I mean, you could have kept the cock up. He's still there, Mose. You just gotta search for it.
You can't have back up all the time. That's just reality.
You're asking a lot, Serendipity.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm going to go find a more appropriate room. I think there's like
I'll be good, Scarlett.
house back.
I'll be good, Scarlett.
We're talking about farm animals. It's fine.
Yes, he's a farmer. Mother, you're sitting down there awfully quiet.
Yeah, like, I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little tired. So I'm just kind of like listening today. I might make some soup and go to bed early.
We have to put recording because I just saw someone in the audience.
Well, Monica, thanks for caring about my day, Mom.
I'm sorry. Nicholas. Go
I
ahead.
did an announcement.
No, that was fine. I'm just being cranky.
I hope it's good soup.
Yeah, surprisingly, I don't have any in my house, so I might have to go run to the store and grab some soup.
And you're sick?
I don't feel super great today, but I live right across the street from a Target, so I can just go and go over there and get some the little shopping complex.
He's sick. Why would he want to?
I don't believe cook soup from canned.
The mother doesn't strike me as a cooker.
No, I eat the same stuff over and over again. Like, I don't look at fuel. Like, food is just fuel. It's not the thing that I go out of my way to make.
Well, you gotta put good fuel in you, I guess. There's something to be said about that. Right.
I do eat healthy. Like, I eat very clean.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm a gay man in my head.
I moved Moose down. He can come back up, but I don't think I want him.
I want to be a mod. How come y'all never mod
Wait,
me?
what?
Because you have me blocked.
You mod
I
that?
modded
Like,
you.
you're worried about boost?
I'm
What do
sorry,
you mod that?
I don't have you blocked, Nicholas.
Scarlett,
No,
why does that ruffle your feathers if I was modded? Why would you care?
Because I've heard that you slander me in rooms, and I don't like it. I don't think it's nice. I don't think it's decent. I think you should not. Keep your
I don't
opinion.
slander you. I don't slander you. I just talk about shirts you wear and just that you're racist. That's all. It's just an observation. It's not.
So, just out of curiosity, not that I'm agreeing or disagreeing, I don't want to get in that middle argument, but just to deflect from a room that I was in the other day, is it a bad thing that I'm white? Like should I sit there and immediately have white guilt or shame or feel as though I'm a racist, that I hate either somebody of color, may it be black or Mexican or an immigrant, just because I'm white? Just because I'm white?
The short answer, yes.
Well, I'm sorry, then you will consider me to be also racist, just like that gentleman considered Monica that way, because I don't feel any bit of shame because I'm white. I don't.
Hey, Kitty, only reason why I said yeah, because you felt the need to ask. That's why I said yeah.
But you can say it that way. I don't say it that way. If you want to say it that way, that's part of your vernacular, and that's part of your culture. That's fine. I'm not going to be one of those. Yeah, I'm not going to be one of those white people that try to appropriate that. There's no sense in that.
That's the inside joke, Kitty.
Okay, yeah, I know. The thing I heard.
There may be Kitty. You talk like a rabid dog. Like you just don't stop. Like you just don't.
I mean, for somebody called Akiva, you sound like someone that is very racist. Or I'm sorry, you can't say racist if you're black. So what is it? Bigoted? Prejudiced? Is that what you are? Because see, I wouldn't want to assume those things, but when you open your mouth, you remove all doubt.
That's interesting. Well, I ain't say nothing about race at all. To say I'm bigoted or racist.
No, but when I asked a very, I would say, honest question, I got a very point, and I appreciate your very forthright, direct honesty. I got a very direct answer.
I don't think that was an honest question though, because it's a silly question because nobody should be considered like censored automatically saying they have white guilt. You got white guilt because you're white that you should feel. No, nobody. That's not a thing. That you should not be.
It's not a thing.
But the fact you actually got asked, here we go. There you go.
Sorry, go ahead. Please finish. I'll tell you why I asked that question.
Go ahead, Doggy. You got it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you why. Because there's a very, I would say, not really right of center, more left of center, but friends of mine, ran by a guy named Gary. He's got a really popular house and clubhouse. I forget. Serendipity. Do you know what it's called?
Critical thinking forum. Great room.
Yes. Great room. But like he definitely has had, and most recently, I believe it was yesterday, in where they were talking about the people of Texas, specifically in California. Now, if it's just one state in the United States, if it's just one American in America, then it should affect. You included, Hakima, so it's not that dumb of a question, and it's not that, as ignorant as you think, because it was just then asked and told of Monica. So now I'm hearing it multiple times in where that room, it was, there should be a stigma of guilt and shame, and redistricting of their areas shouldn't be in any way that would affect or bolster people that are white. And it helps you. And I would, wait a minute, why is it a crime that it helps white people? Why is that?
We need to read the rules again. My thing is,
Yeah.
like,
Go ahead.
just because you read this in a clubhouse title, some clickbait title, you think that makes it a legitimate question. That shows your lack of thinking. The thing, just because somebody made a clickbait title, therefore, that makes it a legitimate question.
Okay, I don't know where you're coming up with a clickbait title, but what I'm saying is,
somebody made a title about this topic, about white guilt, therefore it is legitimate because somebody made it.
I'll say it again, and hopefully it's a little bit easier to digest. I was in a very, I would say, intelligent, doesn't necessarily align or agree with me politically. They're more left of center, seeing as though I'm more right of center. More, I would say, liberal or Democrat-based house and clubhouse yesterday. It was not in the title. It was just a topic that was brought up when talking about redistricting. No, I can't even say it.
Okay, I'll be condescending if you can't pronounce words.
Yeah, with Texas and California, and it came down to it where it was those that are white should be ashamed of the fact that it would help or bolster anyone that's white. And to me, even though the comment was taken down yesterday, and although it was brushed over as though Scarlett, I'm sorry if I haven't been saying Scarlett, my friend Scarlett, is getting brushed over in this conversation because she's not admitting this shame and guilt of being white. So when then asked a question, you answered very, very directly as though that's what you believe. So either you were telling me the truth or you're lying. Either way, I think that it's wrong, and I have no shame and guilt. I'm a proud white woman.
I clearly said it was sarcasm, so I don't know why you got to guess what it was. I clearly said it was sarcasm because it was asking a question that shouldn't need to be asked. Like, it makes no sense to think that someone should have white guilt. That makes no sense. Not saying that people might not have that. Maybe that's the thing. But to say that someone should have that is crazy.
Agreed.
Thanks. That's all I was trying to get to the bottom of.
You should have knew that without me having to say it, though. Like, it shouldn't even be a topic. You shouldn't have to ask the question to get to that answer, because it should be common sense.
And
It's kind of
because you're black, just real quick, just because you happen to be the only male or black voice that's speaking, not that you're the only one on stage or in the listening lounge, doesn't mean that it has to be. I hope that they've never felt like it's a target against you, or that it's pointed, like this is moreover, if anything, to other fellow white people.
So, you know what I think? Hey, you came up. Hi, everyone. Actually, I finally said yes. Thank you for inviting me. But I don't know any white people who, while they were growing up, were taught by their parents anything like white guilt, white shame. I don't want to speak for the group, but it's been around a long time. It's an idea that came simply because some people, black people, white people, others, were attempting to reconcile with the truth of history. And some people, I'm talking about decades and decades ago, not recently. And some white people found this offensive. And it really, and specifically slavery, specifically Jim Crow, whatever part of the history of America you want to choose. And I worked in a context where I had a lot of conversations with fellow white people about this. And this is really a conservative's problem. Most people, or super liberals, I'd say it's an ironic thing, people who are so sorry for their accident of their birth being white, I've encountered them too. But most white people just are white, and they walk around feeling guilty.
They do? Because I don't. And then I think it's happening. Yeah, they don't. Exactly. So then, although
why do you bring it up?
I'm afraid we should. When it comes to the Smithsonian,
One second. That's the point. The point Jane made, and she asked the question, why bring it up? It's the same point I made with my rhetorical answer. And yes, you should feel it, because you shouldn't even ask the question. Like, why bring it up? Like, if you say you don't feel it, and it's not a thing for most white people, why bring it up is the whole question.
Because if it's even just one Scarlet, if it's one Scarlet, if it is the Smithsonian, if it is Cracker Barrel that I worked at for 6.5 years, how many people, how many companies, how many times should it be said, well, the majority doesn't feel that way before the minority becomes the majority, and people just start saying it's socially acceptable to do things, heinous things, like try to revamp and redecorate things like the Smithsonian. Okay, Jane? Riddle me that, Batman.
No, not okay, Kitty. That made no sense.
So, here we didn't know what happened at the Smithsonian.
Kitty,
Well, for those of
are you
you
saying it's
who
wrong? For Tawana
It looks like there's a lot of people.
Is that what you're talking about? You're kind of all over the world right now.
It's a lot of people that want to respond to this very contentious topic. I would submit that there are white people that have tremendous guilt about being white, and I have examples of events that have gone viral that white people are very quick to insult, defame, dehumanize other white people. They're the only white liberals are the only group that have a
White liberals,
negative
Scarlett. You're mischaracterizing.
reference. I have a link in the chat. Would you like to look at it, Jane?
No, I just wish you could broaden your definition finally of white people and have a little more expansive.
Yeah, it's
White women.
progressive white
It's
women.
not just liberalism, being liberal and white. It doesn't mean you are what I believe you're speaking about often. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the extreme left. Could you call it that? Those are not just classical
Maybe.
liberals.
No,
I was talking
liberals are definitely not.
I mean, I would call it extreme left. Like, the liberal women I know don't happen to be, like, pro-clutchy in that manner in real
I'm
life.
liberal.
Well, I know you are, but I also know you in real life, and you're not pro-clutchy.
So, Jane, would you
Right, like,
consider yourself woke?
The pro-clutchiness seems to be an artifact of the internet.
Jane,
If
I don't know. Yeah.
if I may speak for a moment, you know,
Are you white, Dr. Jordan? Are you? Name yourself and your
I
liberal.
think of myself as white and like so. Think of. Okay, let me back up here. When you think of the nonprofit world versus the corporate space, you have narcissistic folks at the top often enough. Not always, but often enough, right? These personality traits, psychopathologies transcend all political party lines, right? So the notion that some white liberal, the white liberals, there's plenty of white liberals who are overconfident, undershamed, love themselves, think they're the greatest thing in the world. They're narcissistic, whatever you want to call them, hyper confident. They don't fall under this category of white liberal ashamed. They are just like everybody else who has, any kind of personality adaptation. We're much more varied than you're considering this notion of the label liberal. So, I mean, I'll put that out there.
Yeah, it's the same way in which conservative gets there, right? Like, the political parties in their meetings in real life have a plethora of views that don't fit neatly into the TV, internet, categorized definitions that we use. Like, real life is not like Clubhouse. Real life, people, when you knock on their door, maybe a little irritated because you knock on their door, but at the same time, they're very willing to tell you, hey, I think my main struggle here is economics. Or, hey, my main struggle here is, like, I need to go to school and I can't find funding for it. Right? Most people are honest and they're not angry or militant or, like, they're not angry or militant and they're not quick to see the most narrow version.
And
you're wrong. And 1 in 10 are, I think.
And Mark, sorry, I keep interrupting you. Go ahead.
No. I'm just gonna say most people in real life aren't that narrow. They hold varying views about things. Some conservative, some liberal.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean,
if you're not an extreme partisan, then you don't necessarily experience it. The internet, in particular Clubhouse, is full of what I would call extreme partisans, myself included.
That I agree with, Marshall.
And this notion of dichotomous, like if you are an all or nothing thinker, black or white thinking, yes or no thinking,
that's and it's not a bad thing. I was certainly a dichotomous thinker until I got help with it, to be honest, because seeing the dialectic is a lot healthier than looking, being on an extreme. And so with that, I wanted to just offer that even in my own family, most people were, I don't want to say all were liberal, but many. And now there's people split. In many Jewish families, you'll see people split. They may have harbored liberal views years ago. And I'm not endorsing one way, one or the other. But I mean, the dialect, there's a lot of people on the spectrum. But one of the things that, to Marshall's point, that makes this app, that the reason this app is so alive is because of dichotomous thinking, rooms that, cater to high controversy, and so we do get a bit of a sampling bias with regard to Clubhouse.
We should say that again for the people in the back. Clubhouse is fun, and we're all like friends or friends-ish. But Clubhouse is not real. Real life is way more fucked up.
Can we mod
Exactly, Marshall. So we go to these rooms, we're friends with so-and-so. I mean, to your point about life being far, the input, did you go into this or left or right? It means, I guess I'm living proof that fact that I'm in this room, into this house or this room, awesome, because I'm okay. I can veer away from my lefty pals who sometimes also say some concerning stuff. Not even echo chamber stuff, but kind of a bit narrow-minded. So you go into the real world, which, by the way, I wonder honestly how many folks here, it has nothing to do with politics. When you say, maybe during the pandemic, whatever it was, when you're like, hey, I found this app called Clubhouse, and before you even get the sentence out, are your friends like, huh? Are they like, never heard of it? Are they like, sorry, what? What's that? Right? I think I found one person that heard of it. One. It's wild.
Me too, one. And we're actually friends now in real life. It's really one of the few that I've met in real life. It's so rare.
So Serendipity talked to me privately and reminded me that if Moose wants to go around the app calling people race-based bigots, then you'll have to justify being modded up with one of the most disgusting creatures.
There you go, exactly. Free speech, freedom of speech.
We're happy to see him there. We're happy to see
There you go. And if any of my lefty pals want to judge me for being mocked with whomever, well,
just
go play with dynamite sticks on roller skate.
There are few evils in the world than being a white female conservative. It's just diabolical. Anson, I'm happy to see you, sir. I hope you'll consider resuming your room.
Yes, for sure. I did have Roger change the settings on your house so that it would be open to the public moving forward. I think that may have been one of your issues with gaining some momentum, was that the house was locked down, and so only house members saw it and people that they pinged. But I was told to ask Dr. J a question, but it's not really the topic of the room, so I don't know if y'all want to change the topic or not.
Well, maybe he can look in the chat. I invited Pete up to ask him the question directly. I kind of don't like people who send messengers. I'd rather people.
No, I wasn't told from Pete. I was actually told from somebody else a few days ago.
Oh, it's a different question?
It's a different question, yeah.
Gosh, Dr. J's popular. Well, multiple questions for you, Dr.
Well, I'll answer the question of the room before I go for my monthly poker game here. Wish me luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Can men and women be friends? I mean, it's the eternal when Harry met Sally, right? Question. And I think it's something that comes to maturity. I'm the youngest of 3 boys. So I didn't grow up with sisters, so I'm lucky to have 2 friends. Or actually now, probably just really one friend that I consider a sister to me. Never crossed the line. It's always been platonic. And in fact, we actually give each other advice on relationships and stuff like that. So I think it's a maturity thing. I think it's challenging when you're younger. It's like this caveman procreating thing is kind of, our DNA. But as we mature, we realize that not only can we be friends, but I think we can benefit greatly from the advice from the opposite sex.
Good luck on your poker game, Moose.
Thank you. I'm going to fight the urge to chase the river. If anyone plays poker here, you know what that means.
If I may, I'd like to comment on something Marshall just said. I've been sort of just coasting around trying to find a good conversation on a Saturday afternoon. He said Clubhouse is not real life. I'm not so sure about that. Life can get vicious. I mean, at least this is an audio only, so we can only with emojis we can express strong opinions and that kind of stuff. But we're at least not going to get physical with each other and those kinds of things. But I think the divide on Clubhouse is so evident, and I want to exclude the really. I mean, there's some rooms that are just so focused on a particular thing, and they very strongly focus on that particular thing. I mean, we can. I don't want to give examples, but there are some rooms that at least the topics are open for honest debate. But it's hard to find those kind of rooms because the debate becomes too one-sided. And trying to find a way to have an honest conversation, even though you have strongly differing opinions, that's what I'm trying to find on Clubhouse, and it's hard to do, and people, I don't know, I guess I'm frustrated. Somebody says, you want me to reopen the room. Well, it's Roger's room. That's why because I'm not a geek. I don't know the mechanics of opening, closing, posting polls, all that. I'm slowly learning. But I'd rather be in a support role rather than in a in charge of the room kind of thing. And trying to find even a small group of people that are willing, that have differing views. I mean, Moose, for example, I've seen Moose just superficially in some rooms. But I know he's on the left, but I mean, Moose and I have been getting along real well, and we can have differing opinions. There are sometimes, one that really astounded me wasn't in the rational discussion room, but it was in a recent room where somebody who I generally respect, put in the what the hell is it, the chat. Yeah, he said basically Hanson is full blown MAGA in my opinion, and that just shocked me because to me MAGA means irrational, unthinking, total support for any and all things that Donald Trump espouses, unless it's hiding the Epstein list, and then they're going to get pissed off at him. But I'm no more MAGA than a fly to the moon. But I'm not going to leave Clubhouse because of that accusation. But I don't know why we get into this name-calling tit for tat rather than having a rational discussion. First of all, as I've tried to do in the room the few times we've had it, what is the problem? So we can at least agree that there is a problem, whether it's crime and homelessness and graffiti in DC or whatever. Can we agree on the problem and then try to figure out what the right solutions are? And that's really, really hard to do. And on Clubhouse, and I guess it's hard to do in the real world. So take it for, I'm bloviating too much. So I'll leave it at that and see if there's room for discussion there.
Well, Marshall, the only thing I'd want to add is that, like, I think what you said was the most impactful in the beginning, and it's that, like, it's hard to find two varying points, whether they're completely opposed to one another or not, that are good moderators. And if you identify, because I think that you're probably a really great moderator, but I get it. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I would love to be in nothing more than just a supportive role. And in 4 years, it's taken about 4 years for it to be known, not a good moderator. But if you want somebody on stage that's not going to make it an echo chamber that will like help being a supporting role to the opposite side, then she's your girl. Like that's the type of I get it. That is what makes Clubhouse so difficult, and that's why many rooms that have such a great promise. Like this one that is, and I don't want to like jinx it because I don't want it to stay this way, but like this, that if you don't have those awesome non-biased, really like mod abusing type mods, like MG, she's a great example of somebody that like is very open-minded and will not be like she's moderate. Like Mojo. Roger, whatever you call him, awesome moderator. Steve Appel, awesome moderator. These are people that you know.
How'd you feel like a little blue? And you couldn't make yourself a little suit.
It turns into garbage.
Marshall, were you going to say something?
I was going to say, if you need help with the room, I'll have to pitch in.
Of course you will, Marshall.
Thanks. Alex said that right now there's not a whole hell of a lot going on now that the dust has settled from the attempts at peace in Ukraine. There's not a whole lot of things. I mean, I love to have running on the news causing chaos or something like that.
We can talk about the reduction in auto thefts in DC and the National Guard where 55% reduction in 9 or 10 days or so that they've
relates to another great violence Congress, Congress has essentially advocated. So it's wrong.
Somebody's personal private information. Just fucking don't. It should be real easy to find a thing.
Rational discussions. Because Brad's a very forceful nature kind of guy, and my concern would be that. Anyway,
That was in the Navy 30 years ago. What the fuck would he know about the situation right now? Like, I think it's an irrelevant.
Well, I'm sure he
Who
had.
said that?
I'm sure he had value to the room.
Who said that?
The great Mother Superior.
Mother Superior. Oh, okay. Well, I was in the last time I was in the
I've
Navy.
purchased 10,000 shade balls to try to swim in. Now, there is a scientific and safe way to test this, which would be to go in shallow end, but I'm going to jump in the deep end and just see if I can swim.
Yeah.
It was probably right about now that I thought back to a conversation with the shade ball manufacturer. You don't recommend swimming in shade balls, so you think it's a bit dangerous? It's so dangerous, in fact, that he regularly refuses requests from residential customers. I appreciate you making an exception for science, and we will not promote this as a thing that people should do. We will show people what happens, and therefore that they should probably not do it. What makes shade balls inherently more dangerous than other plastic balls is that they're half full of water. So this bag of 1,200 shade balls weighs 300 kilograms or 660 pounds. So when I ordered 10,000 of these crystal structures, I'm basically got a single layer of
Question, right? Like, you literally just
I'm gonna jump in
rely
and try to
on
swim it.
publicly available information. And so you reframe that question to a gotcha. Like, most of us in this room, including Brad here, are likely going to be looking up information online to that information and incorporating into the conversation point at the moment. We're doing the exact same shit. This one, what is it, the argument about appeal to authority argument?
How much of Gaza has
No,
Israel
it's
destroyed?
not stupid. It's those with experience and those that have, I would say, authority to speak on the matter. Now, I could talk to somebody that's like a brain surgeon or somebody that's in med school, and I could say this person that's in med school going to be a doctor will have like up and coming new prescriptions and ways for procedure and process as opposed to the one that's retired. But by God, I really want to value and put some stock in the one that's done a lot of brain surgeries rather than the one that has literally just started college and has no intent in even going to school at all. That just gives their Googled Grok or Perplexity or Chat GPT opinion of it. Sorry, but that's just the facts.
Yeah, I think everyone's triggered because they were talking about military veterans, but I seriously, my opinion does not change. If you're that far removed, unless you have direct access to military intelligence to date or are currently related to the government and know the inner work, you have nothing else of additional value than everyone else on the stage. You're not that much better. We're not going to agree on this, Katie. You can be mad all you want, but my position does not.
It's nothing personal. I appreciate you giving a good faith answer. I don't agree.
I would only ask Mother if, do you believe that outfit is out of date, completely irrelevant, and no one should ever read him again? Do you even know who Alfred Thayer Mahan is?
I have no idea what the fuck that is, nor do I.
The Influence of Sea Power on History, written with the British Empire and the Royal Navy as an example. And as far as I know, it is still the basics, one of the most basic texts still used at the United States Naval Academy today on a year-long history course of the influence of sea power on history.
I think that's awesome. Honestly, I do. My dad went to Great Lakes and just certainly did on, but I have respect.
It's not. I'm not asking for respect from me. I'm just suggesting to Mother that to have a legitimate discussion on basic geopolitical, geostrategic issues is not dependent on having the most current intelligence information. That's a tactic. That's not the strategic view. That's not the view from 10,000 or 50,000 feet. And that's one of the things we're lacking. One of the reasons, and I'm not trying to attack you, Mother. I'm just trying to make a point and look at my profile. Is how can we use the lessons of the past to basically stop repeating them? And I think that is of tremendous value because part of the discussion on Clubhouse is what was the recent headline that pissed you off, rather than trying to get into the underlying problem of what caused that headline to be written in the first place.
And I want Mother to get to respond, but I do want to get your opinion in because I heard it recently on the news as far as like after World War II or right before World War II, there's that island that we like made it to where it was where we could shoot off nuclear warheads or whatever. And then apparently right now we're going back to that same location. If you could tell me more about that, like whenever that, there's a lull in the conversation.
Yeah, I have no idea what originates from, right? Like, some of the dumbest people that I've ever met in my life are people who went to the military and the Navy and et cetera because they couldn't get into universities and colleges, right? Some of the stupidest people I've ever met in my entire life. This notion that every veteran knows what they're talking about and every Navy person is the most intelligent person out there on the specific topic. Like, some of these people just went because they couldn't find any other way to make an income or to go forward with their life, right? Like, that's a very unpopular position. Hold on a minute, right? That's a very unpopular position, but it's the truth. Some of these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and this whole notion that we have to treat them all as some authority figure, because the conversation started with Brad would be a good moderator because he's formerly from the military. The logic in that statement is what I find to be flawed. It's not an attack on Anson, it's not an attack on Brad. The logic as a foundation is what I don't agree with.
they give some of the best scholarships and allow for, and I'm just saying generic, like for not just them, but their children to attend some of the best schools in our country. You're a moron, and I completely disagree.
Not everyone is going to West Point, right? So you're going, some of these people are dumb as fuck and are not going in.
Right, some are dumb in high school, but then ended up going straight into the military and afterwards getting his degree. So like,
Point of order.
too is like a complete moot point.
Oh, that's what
Getting-
that's
Hello, everyone. Hello. So, the military won't accept people with low IQ, as Nicholas just posed, because no,
You need to have a diploma.
IQ. They have IQ requirements because they found people with IQs of I think it's 90 or lower, or worse, than not having them at all. They have a negative impact on their crew, their fellow soldiers, their military excavates, all of that. So, dumb as shit or dumb as F or whatever you said is measurably untrue, Nicholas. And we don't have to fight this hard about. No.
Yeah.
Everyone's entitled to their perspective.
Were you not able to get into the military?
Yeah, because I waste my time.
I just want to say that I don't want to say you cannot be well.
It is not.
But in order to join the military, the Army, the Navy, combat, intelligence, you need to have a diploma, and you do need to take testing to know if you are even qualified to handle these certain situations. So there is a form of intelligence, mother, when it comes to joining the military, Army, Navy, or whatever. Even if you're a desk person, you're not just a dumbass. You need to graduate school with no job dreams to join the military.
Yeah.
They don't just allow people who are dumb to join.
Right, and he said majority.
I mean, y'all know what I'm saying. It's not that fault. It's not true. You can get all mad because Americans love the military, but it's the reality.
Okay,
Some of the lowest performers, dumbest people from my high school were the first ones to join the military because they couldn't get into university.
I know.
Yeah, that was the case for significant portions of the people that joined the military that I know, and that's fine. Like, they found a way to make their life. But like, let's not pretend like these are the cream of the crop on the planet that joined them.
So again,
Definitely below 70 is an IQ. So again, I'm just going to ask the question: were you not able to join the military, and that's why you got
I
spanked?
have a 4.0 GPA and got a full ride to university. I didn't join the military because I had options.
Stop.
So if I may say something,
Stop.
who's telling me to stop?
I'm telling you to stop, please.
Yeah, but why are you telling me to stop?
Stop for a second.
Okay.
Who is that telling him to stop? I'm confused. Is that Amar telling him to stop?
It's Kristen. You guys are going back and forth about the same thing and just repeating, and getting more and more heated. And so Anson was trying to make a point and was talked over, and he's now gone from the room. So he lost what he was going to say, and he's back. So if you guys can watch, if you guys can just, share your opinions, share your feelings and things like that, but please do have some respect for each other. And if you said what you needed to say, okay, great. And please don't repeat. Thanks.
Marshall just asked me to go private, and we did for just a minute. But I do want, and I'm not going to try to get. I'm not mad. I can take your shots, but I do want to give you just a little bit of perspective. I was born and raised in a town of 2,000 people. I was born in 1942, so my growing up years were the 40s and 50s in a small tobacco farming community. Fortunately, I was and there was no way they could afford a college assure you, Mother, that those, and I have said this repeatedly, that those 4 years were the 4 most miserable years of my life. And I got a $50,000 I hated it. I still don't know how I got through it, but I got through it. Tools to be able to do some things in the world. In 2015, during the campaign, I watched with interest how Donald Trump coming down the stairs and how his attitude, the way he acted during the primary debates and all that. I thought he was the biggest jerk I'd ever seen, and I still feel that way. But when he said, somebody asked him his views on the triad, the nuclear triad, and his response was, "What is the triad?" That's when I decided I would never vote for Donald Trump, and I never have. But I can still support Donald Trump because of some of the policies and the attempts that he is trying to do. So I try to cut through the bullshit and get down to the substance. And yes, I use historical perspective and my own professional experience, 23 years on nuclear submarines during the Cold War. And I still use that perspective to form my opinions on the right path forward. And that's what I'm trying to do on Clubhouse. Your views are yours. I disagree with them. But I'm not a stupid jerk.
Thank you.
Whatever, we can move on.
So what I wanted,
Waste of my
what I wanted to,
Doctor, I'm sorry, the driver. If you would like to go.
Yes. So I think that there are like 1.8 or 1.2 million enlisted people in the armed forces. Many of them, unlike officers, they don't join typically with college degrees, right? So there's such a varied range of intelligence in the armed forces. But I think from a socioeconomic standpoint, you'll find that people that go to independent schools typically have the resources to be able to pay for college on their own. So they're not necessarily seeking scholarships, etc. So I think that two things can be true. I think that in recent years, enlisted folks have not necessarily been the cream of the crop, but the officers certainly are, and some of the enlisted folks are really bright. No one's perhaps really dumb, but I think that from both perspectives, and most importantly, things have changed. Both of my grandfathers and my uncle served in the armed forces, and that was a different time from World War II in Vietnam. So I think that looking at it over time is certainly a factor in how discerning we are with regard to.
I mean, one thing to remember about the enlisted force, it is very job dependent. And, like Yanson's obligation of the force and enlisted people that kids that very, very highly skilled. There's also people that do especially jobs that are extremely intelligent, but there's also the truck drivers and also people who range of things. Regardless, there's good option and a lot of people, and you don't have to be a brain surgeon to join the military. That's 100% true. But there are jobs out there, even on the illicit side, also expand your mind, expand your
And there's graffiti all over the homecoming, but
No better example on Clubhouse than my relationship with Brad.
Awesome.
I disagree with Brad a lot. I mean, he tees off far more than I would hope that he does. But Brad and I have, the reason I joined the submarine force is because there was very little distinction.
The aim of Krav Maga is to defend yourself and end the fight as quickly and effectively as possible. I'm going to take you through some essential techniques and give advice to help you defend yourself.
Enlisted guys and the officers had to do the same thing. They learned to wear the dolphins. And there was very little distinction.
All right. You're going for his face, all right? Logan, can you hit him in the face? I didn't know. I might just say that before. We're going to try to get it back that side. What'd you say? Did you say fire?
We all wore poopy suits. You know why they called them
Don't
stand behind.
Don't stand behind.
Because when you it's a little bit
from the side. How's this? Is my arm gonna get? Is my arm gonna get blown off?
First went to sea. Three had no buttons. But when you sat down on the suddenly you stand back up to flush.
I don't know who talking about guns. I gotta have it.
This,
here's a list of stuff here.
How's that for a sea story?
That's a good sea story. But in fairness to others, they're absolutely idiots, like absolute idiots. Military too. But it is subsection of American society, and frankly, there are jobs where it's fine, and you serve your country, and you do good for America, and that's okay. Also,
you can, if you want to get into current politics, you ought to read about the change of command that just took place at the Naval Academy, where the superintendent, they changed command between the two superintendents. And I won't give you the details on that one, but oh my God. And I watched the whole ceremony, and boy, do I agree with you, Brent. There's some really stupid people in the military, always have been, but there are today just as much as they were. And trying to figure out how to sort the wheat from the chaff is still a challenge, as with any organization that has 1.5 million people in it.
So, okay, when I say this, everyone goes on a tangent, loses their mind.
So, it's not a chance. Okay, no, it's not semantics. What we do, you guys can do. So, we got extra strength.
It's not something that is a secret. Everyone knows that the lowest tier in society.
I'm talking about that. Some of the highest tiers do too. And Hanson actually served, and he has the right to do that. But really quick, Hanson, what I was going to ask you, I think it's the Tinian Island. I could be completely wrong, but I believe that's what they're trying to like revamp or remodel to protect it from China.
Christ, that's where we did. I think Tinian was the first hydrogen bomb explosion back in the late 1940s. But no, we're not retaking islands in the Pacific in order to advance nuclear weapons testing or launch pads for nuclear weapons. We have plenty of launch pads called Trident submarines. So no, there's America is not trying. In fact, we're trying to stop China from building their own goddamn islands out there. That's what we're trying to do. And then we can argue about can the U.S. Navy today is currently led and constituted able to do that, and you'd be surprised at my opinion on that.
So let me defend Mother's honor just for a second. I think his basic point was that was that just because you're in the military doesn't necessarily mean you have a massive amount of authority on a subject, which is true.
I agree 100% with that, Brent. I'm an old fart. It's been a long time, but I do have my opinions, and they are based on experience and a degree of fact.
So, I mean, I appreciate effort for Brent, but like, I don't need to be white explaining for the stage, right? Like, it's a little ridiculous that everyone here knows exactly what I'm talking about. I don't need it to be softened up and polished because then people are getting their feelings about the topic because it's something that triggers them personally, right? Like, I'm going to communicate however the fuck I want to communicate, and I don't need someone to tell me to reframe it or whiten it or soften it because there's just too much of their fucking feelings today.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just there's no doxing.
Hold on 1 second, Ted. Hold on one second. I just want to share in the comments below. There's an interesting book I shared an excerpt from. I'm very much in favor of the notion that the intelligence is quite varied, but the Marines have been losing median and mean IQ precipitously since the 80s. So that's just one. And I actually have a friend who's an intelligence officer with the State Department who said that she always had difficulty working with the Marines because they weren't necessarily the sharpest. And that's not to say every Marine, but in general.
I would only comment that intelligence officer in the State Department is an oxymoron.
That's Trump. That's many people in the State Department like said the same thing about not mentioning the military.
Are men and women friends in the State Department?
What was that, Ted?
Are men and women friends in the State Department? Is it a difficulty? Men and women having difficulty being friends?
Well, he's referring to the poll. I think he's referring to the poll in the room, maybe.
Yes, I thought you were talking about different branches of the
And I'm not a mod. I'm more one of those sport role things. But my friend Sarah Dickey started this role. She's in the month. I'm in the month. And in the month, we want to cut down on all this anger management simulator. I'm here being assholes, trolls, stuff. That's what started it. Then she put up a few different, one of the podcasts, which was and men and women be friends. But then we got into a topic about the military, and Mother had mentioned something. Anson was answering, and now it's really completely opposite to the actual poll that's posted.
That's all future tax liabilities for you. It's transferring it from the Fortune 500 to we the people.
Yeah.
Does anybody really give a shit?
All right, just to get back to the actual room topic.
No.
Do you want to answer the questions then?
And sure enough, they were illegal border crossers who happened to walk onto a U.S. Army top secret military facility through a mountain range. And, so I don't know what happened to those Hispanics. They want to ruin their life. To me, they weren't carrying drugs. They nearly died. I was like, I don't want to ruin their day, man. I'm not calling the cops for these guys. That would be some bad karma. So I hate to admit, as a candidate congressman, that I may have released 2 illegal alien Mexicans who nearly died in the mountains into Arizona. I just wanted to admit that to everybody. So, congratulations, but unfortunately your clips have gone viral and we're leading in the polls again.
But she's a moderator right next to Serendipity.
So, in my opinion, the more people standing up to Darren LaHood, either
you're calm and a moderation and support
people stand
topics. So there's an example of men respecting women, and there's a ton of them in my profile, and there's a few that I've abused and all that stuff. But of course, men, and I respect.
Hey, I'd shovels down like rain into a pink mist so fast I won't even hear the sound of them drumming.
I'll
be damned, and you'll still be sorrowing.
Yeah, like when I'm good at men and women, you can't be
balance the scales of that suffering force you want here. My pride and anguish without end.
I don't know Mike and Adam. I've never had.
They cried up becoming. Why can you do this? That's fine.
To feel alive, we seek sensation. Any sensation wash away the cranky black sorrow. Each time we ignore it, too much is never enough. We are the already dead. We're dead. Christians.
Why do you post every directions?
If she speaks now, because she may not want to fight that.
It's good to get some fresh air.
Alright, I just wanted to take time because I was sitting on the edge of my seat to see who answered my speaking. I heard my name, I'm like, wait, what? Anson, thank you for the kind words. It's been such an honor to get to know you on this app and to sit at your feet to listen and learn. Roger introduced most of us to you and your voice, and so I'm so grateful to have, witnessed your expertise and indulge in your knowledge live in 4K. So thank you, sir.
Okay, so it's Sunday night, it's 8:36 p.m. Central Standard Time. Keith Thaddeus is back, and he has Popeye's food.
Thank you so much. And thank you to my fellow mods for just giving me just a few moments just to respond.
And align with him politically, and they happen to align with not only me, but the people.
Anson, I have a vested interest in seeing your house grow. I think despite our disagreements,
people are so
politically,
fucking lame.
You're really open to different opinions, and you
I'm so glad that there's
You
anonymous so I can
don't
record
add
these
ad
retards at their
hominems
most boring moments.
to disagreements, which I think is rare on the app and should be acknowledged and rewarded.
Good one, Monica.
Is this the love farm room?
Akima, are you jealous, sir? You want me to find something to compliment you on?
I just asked a question.
Akima, call him out, Akima.
I can answer it, G. I can answer it. You and I can disagree.
See, who came in and watched this? I can give him some love emojis to your comment, to his comment about you. When he was commenting about me, you gave him the laughing emojis. Don't think I didn't see that.
This is called wasting your time on a Saturday night. All right, I'm going to go work out, everybody. I hope you enjoy this Clubhouse live stream. Brought to you by Slipper, a.k.a. an F-word N-word, a.k.a. Dr. Adams. A real F-word N-word. And he's been the source of many of our problems. So if you come across Dr. Adams, you may want to block that F-word N-word keyword. P stands for psychotic, obnoxious. We can call him an F-word, N-word, P-word, O-word.
I've looked for Anson's rooms over the week.
Oh, really, Monica? Oh, that's just so sweet of you that you would...
So a point of that, if I were Gary and I had someone who was competitive with me, I would be grateful.
Oh.
Because when you have competition, it makes you sure that you're on your
God bless
A game.
Anonymous, right?
And I'm not afraid of
Could you
competition.
imagine getting kicked out of this room?
Because it strengthens me. It makes me
This is so beautiful
find out
recording
how
this.
much I want
This is Clubhouse
to win.
Season 5.
So, Anson, I would
Best of the
recommend you
best.
keep your 4 o'clock time slot, and may the better room win.
Ooh.
And I think it'll be yours.
Wow. Great job, Monica. Well, thank you very much, Monica. Appreciate those kind words.
I'll open the room on Monday. I'm not sure what time. topic out there. But really,
Wow, well, we can't wait till Monday, Anson. We just can't wait till Monday. We're all so looking forward to it on a Saturday night. Can't wait to. I can't believe I'm spending my Saturday night talking about your room on a Monday, Anson. Wow, thank you so much. I can't wait. And it's too bad you don't know what topic you're gonna pick yet, Anson. It'd be great if you knew what topic you were gonna pick on Monday.
I'll also share this.
Oh.
Steve and I, routinely are the conservative voices. I am not a MAGA voice. I'm a conservative.
He didn't vote Trump. He hates Trump, but he'll tolerate Trump. And he's not a Republican. But now he's a conservative voice.
And Tiger, who I have accused of being a member of the Chinese Communist Party, but I have grown to know Tiger quite well. Not well, but I respect Tiger. And when Tiger and Steve and I offer views that are counter to what the consensus of the room is, it sometimes gets pretty rough. And the straw that broke my camel's back when the topic was about environmental changes that were being made, and I offered the comment that caution in opposing wholeheartedly, ranting and raving against the changes that were being proposed. We should take caution in doing that because there were some elements within those changes that I think are desperately needed. And Mother, I make that assertion because I ran a nuclear weapons facility for several years that was trying to do environmental cleanup after 50 years of contamination. And I'm very familiar with RCRA, CERCLA, and all the obstruction that can come out of the environmental movement. So I offered a word of caution in that room, and Gary came back at me and said, so that means you're in favor of allowing polluted rivers in Cleveland where they can't fish and swim.
Oh, Lord.
I left the room at that point, sent Gary an email, and I sometimes drop in to listen, but I don't participate any longer. I mean, that's the kind of bullshit that goes on that does not contribute to rational discussions. Let me leave it at that.
Well, back to the topic of the room, and if you want to make it like if men and women can be friends on the app, or men and women can be friends in real life. My friends and I, our team, we have ran one of the longest running rooms, kept it consistent, haven't missed a day, even opened up on the holidays. And I am the only female mod. Do I mod up people in there? I will. Because we don't have any problems in our room. But it is a team of me and 4 guys. That's it. We sit down, we come up with topics, what we're going to go over. Thursdays in our room, we sound like we can't stand each other. Fridays, we come straight back and are good to go. So can men and women be friends? Absolutely.
Of course they can. You know, I got people right now that I work with. It's like, we're working on like a private thing, like we're trying to get wildlife reservation team on and stuff like that. You know, so yeah, of course, you know, but the whole point is. You gotta stop cooling. I'm sorry, big. I'm sorry. They gotta stop. Like, just you gotta be on a certain level, I guess. With Serene, me and her, we cool. You know.
Serene, how do you reply to that?
I mean, no. I'm a black man. She's a white lady. We cool. I mean, she's great. As
stuff, but it's people that kind of like not on certain levels. You understand?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay.
Well, Kitty and I tangled just a couple of days ago in the room, and I told her to shut up, which I rarely have ever tried to do. But can Kitty and I get along? Well, I guess we're going to do a storm dance and see if we can get along. But will tell you. And by the way, Brad kind of lowered the boom on her because he was the moderator in the room.
Get along, we just gotta pretty much have a certain I guess we just gotta okay, yeah, I agree with this, I agree with that type of situation. But I think all of us get along. No matter what color you think I
Boston somebody's going. They don't ever get flowers. You do a good job of trying to parse out pragmatic shit. Maybe that's because you're upraising, maybe it's because of your job, maybe it's a little bit of both in your friend group. I have no fucking clue. But you do a fairly decent job, a more than halfway decent job, which is a compliment, not a backhanded compliment, of picking out the pragmatic thing in a political conversation to make something function. You seem to ask systemic questions about how does something work? What do you have to do? That kind of shit. And you're particularly good at it. So just want to tell you.
Yeah, but that's what y'all think about. And the whole thing about it is you gonna be that way, you gonna be that way. We got a lot of racist, not racist.
Careful.
Yeah, I know. You gotta be, there's a lot of race in here. You got black, you got Hispanic, white. You gotta just be careful. Just like she said, careful. What you say? You can really. I'm cool with all. My kids are mixed and stuff. It's different. But the whole thing is, you just gotta be careful what you say and what you're wrong to. And you know what?
Girl, you've been invited up, but
the Serene, me and her, cool as fuck. We are. So it doesn't matter what people say, me and Ann. I don't know if y'all know Ann, but don't know me much. We're cool too. So
Serene and I are also cool. It's nice.
Hey, Breeze.
yeah, I hope so.
Pearl, honey, you were invited up. Your hand was raised. All right, Anson. Marsh's gonna help you set up the rooms and such and such and such and such, and I'm standing by in case you need an assist.
Yes, ma'am. That's the idea.
If y'all have Monday's room scheduled already and you want to drop a link in the chat, I will advertise for you.
Well, that's one of the problems. I don't know how to. I know how to open a live room now. Roger's given me permission to do that, but I don't know how to post a room in advance. But I will open the room at 4 o'clock, 10 minutes at 4, Central Daylight Time on Monday. And the topic of the room is who is causing the chaos.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Okay, hold on, Bruce. Just a little bit of housekeeping. So you can schedule a room. You can schedule a room, and you can schedule it with the title Rational Discussions, and then have it set to open at 3:50 every day. And what happens is when if you miss a day, it just
You just lost me, Scarlett. Marshall or Scarlett, either one of you, open a room at 10 minutes to 4 Central Daylight Time this coming Monday. Who is causing the chaos? And then I'll open the room when it's time to hit live chat, and we'll go from there. And that ought to be pretty simple.
Y'all are planning on bringing this into the next week? Like, are y'all serious? I'm telling you, if y'all don't stop fighting about this, I'm gonna block every.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nye, do you know how to do scheduled rooms, Nye? Can you do that for Anson?
I heard Adam's voice, but I don't see him on the stage.
His slippers.
Adam is not here, but slipper.
Yeah, we'll have no dogs on stage, ladies.
Why didn't you just go for bonnet, Adams?
That shit was fucking hilarious.
Because I don't wear a bonnet, I wear a slipper.
Oh, slippers. I didn't know that was him.
That's
okay. I'm looking at the stage like, where is he? I don't see him, but I hear his voice. What's going on? Okay, I get it now. Adams, I swear you're so funny. Your voice just came out.
No, but that's so true though. Like a week from now, you know what I mean? I feel like new shit will pop up from there.
Okay, so wait. Scarlett asked me a question. Do I need to open the room? Set up the title? Is that what we need?
Yeah, schedule daily rooms and rational discourse. And I cannot.
I don't think she wants to do that though, Scarlett, because the title changes every day.
Right.
Yeah, but you can edit. You can edit the title as you go.
Exactly.
Well, I know, but Anson thinks.
Just
good.
Just a suggestion. Wouldn't the most direct way to do this be that Anson put me as some sort of a something or other in the house? I don't know what that is, but I've never done it before. But wouldn't that be the thing so I could help him do the programming?
Okay, I'll go to the house and I'll see if I can appoint you to be the
leader.
Chief cook and model washer of the Rational
Washer, aye, Captain.
I like you. I just followed you. I like that.
All right. And that's an old Navy term, Mother.
I love how he said mother. I'm sorry.
I think you should wear that as a badge of honor, Marshall. You can take it to the critical thinking forum and say, I am now the chief cook and bottle washer of the Rational Discussion Group.
I'm the bottle cook and washer of the SS Rational Discussion.
Nice. Anson, if you have any trouble assigning him the duties, Nye is an admin in there, so she can assist.
I'm gonna say something, y'all. Like when I learned something on Clubhouse. You know, we're never gonna get to any solutions if we never agree on what type of language to use in these conversations. Like everyone has a different definition for every word that we use, whether it's a woman, a man, racism, doxing. Like we can't even get down to a definition of a word and agree on it before we even ever get to a solution. So I feel like it's really hard to even come to an understanding when everyone's using different definitions of the word we're using. So I don't know about the resolution part on Clubhouse just yet because of the.
I couldn't agree with you more because that's my basic. The reason I'm trying to have a rational discussion is to begin with, what the hell is the problem that we're arguing about? And be specific about it, and then argue the solutions. Don't argue about whether it's a problem or not. Argue about the solutions to the stipulated problem. And we can't even get past that. We can't even agree on what the problems are. So we argue over each other's head all the time.
We gave you transferred with you to the.
I think the problem with that is, like you say, like we can't agree on what the problem is because it changes per administration. Because when everybody complained about the Biden administration, none of the shit has been fixed, but no one talks about that anymore. Now they talk about entirely different issues now. So like, it's gonna change again. So like people need to just stop letting the media tell them what to be fucking pissed off about, and really have a stance of their own and stand on it, regardless of who's president. Then we start agreeing and we might get something fixed, opposed to being angry about this for 4 years and that for 4 years, and none of this shit ever get fixed.
And one last point, Hanson. I am a Trump supporter. I am Make a Great America. I don't believe I belong in a cult. I believe I can be very critical of the things that our president does. So when you paint with a broad brush that MAGA is unable to critique the job performance, I'd submit that that's a little bit too harsh. And I would invite you to look again, because we're not a monolith either.
The term MAGA, not your, with what you just said, Scarlett, I would say you are not MAGA. MAGA has at least gotten the reputation, has been, of a large group of people that are irrationally loyal to Trump the man. And I am not MAGA, but I can be selective in saying that I agree with what he's doing, for example, in Ukraine, and I'll back that up in arguments. I am uncertain about tariffs, so I'm not sure that I know where I stand on tariffs. And I certainly feel that there is a smog, not an environmental smog. There is a smog over our cities, major metropolitan areas, and it has been that way for some time. And it encompasses homelessness, crime, disrespect for law and order, sanctuary cities, etc., that needs to be corrected. And I will debate. I'm not sure whether Trump's doing it the right way or not. But that's the example of trying to have rational discussions about specific problems. And Fatima, it's not just one administration to the next. Today, it's one headline to the next, following behind the hysterical media. So that's what we're trying to fix. So we're trying to make progress with it.
I agree with that, Nancy. Let me say one thing. I want to try to answer real quick.
Yeah, he's gonna do some blasphemy. But I understand. But let me say something real quick.
Hold on, Bruce. Don't interrupt Takima. That's a hidden rule in the
Shut the fuck up.
Takima started first, I believe. Am I wrong?
Oh my God.
Paige, am I wrong?
A nigga that's named Akima to start things.
Okay, we don't allow the N-word or the K-word on our stage. So, Bruce, you have a timeout in the chat. Please, moderators, don't invite Bruce back up until 3 minutes
I
to
really want to hear your reply. I did address it to you, my friend.
It wasn't even much. You could have had it right. I was gonna say, like, what you just said, from one headline to the next, and what I touched on also, like, we need to stop letting the media guide our outrage. Now, I said that. We said let the media dictate what we care about. Like, care about what you care about and stand on it.
There you go.
The media dictate what to be outraged about.
There you go. And argue your point forcefully on Clubhouse, and be respectful and listen to rebuttals when you argue your point. And you've been doing that, and I support you, my friend.
Thanks, Nancy.
I don't think we've been unnecessarily over-moderating with Bruce. It's a shame he couldn't let Hakima have the mic first.
He was being an asshole. Then he wanted to say the N-word and crack a joke about my name as if, like, I have a problem with my name. I would hate for my name to be Bruce, actually.
Oh, Cool joined the room. what? We have more than vaginas modded on stage.
Uh-oh.
Amazing.
Impossible, because In the Muff only has female moderator.
Right? And they're so incapable.
Yeah, what the hell those women are doing?
I'm almost afraid to ask, but is there beef with Matt?
Yes, there is so much
Cool.
Shit, I had no idea. Fuck.
Who's got the grill going? All right, here we go.
I mean, what do you think about the fact that there's just lady mods in the muff?
Oh yeah, King Alan in here too.
I would only
King and Alan in here too. He has some.
I would only comment that I'm a mod, I'm not transgender.
And neither.
Oh, Mother, you're can't hear you. So I see you unmiked, but you're not.
I mean, Matt, why is that a question? Like, why is it even a question?
You should have left the original title of this room, Serendipity, so he would have understood the context of us greeting him so enthusiastically.
Yeah, the original title of the room, what I don't even remember what it was.
Something about female in the muff? All female moderators in the muff?
Are you talking about the very first one, or are you talking about the just previous?
Very first one.
No, he had a room earlier, something about like what is, or the final answer.
Final definition of doxing. What is doxing?
The final definition of doxing. Yeah, we put the final definition of doxing in the title for you, Matt. But we were just, waiting for you to come in so that we could ask you.
Oh my gosh. When Serendipity speaks like this, it makes me nervous. It makes me want to leave quietly because it scares me. Like, run away, Matt, run away!
You know what sucks? That the hallway was so dead earlier that Matt's room, I sat in it and I was like, oh, there's someone you have blocked in his room. And I was like, oh, and I'm like, messaging Serendipity. I'm like, make a room! This hallway sucks. Man, I'm very disappointed, but I'll always love you.
Yeah, so, I'm trying not to be annoyed, Matt, but I would have liked to learn about what the official definition of doxing was. And you made the one person that has the majority of the muff leaders blocked as your co-mod. And it's like, what the hell, Matthew? What you doing?
Monica, he said in the chat we didn't get there. Of course he didn't get to the definition of doxing. Of course he does. Didn't get.
And it's your room, and you can have in there whoever you want. But, I didn't think you and I had a problem, but now I'm thinking twice, which is always not a good idea. So,
Sometimes you're a woman, stop thinking.
Right, what is thinking? That's ghetto.
I can't forget it.
Kristen, we do too much on ourselves as women. We think already too much. I feel like if you start thinking twice, that's a disease. I feel like we as women just, we're doing just what.
Hang on. Y'all hold my brain for a while, okay?
No, you're ready to fight, Kristen. Get him. Get him.
This shit is stressing me out.
You can't afford for anybody to hold your brain.
Damn it. You know what?
Listen, man. I would trust y'all with my brain 100%. I trust y'all to put a Neuralink in my ass 100%.
promise, Pocket. Promise, Pocket. I'd only drop it twice. It would be fine.
You would tell me you would answer it. You'd be like,
it's fine.
Can you drop it low like though?
drop it.
Drop it low. I mean, this chaos has been leading to a little chaos. This is what happens when you give the China's the green. So much fun.
It's a disaster. The only person on this stage is Demo with a pink ticket is gonna drive me insane. You need to catch that in like right now.
No, she already has. That's.
Oh, she already has. Well, you better please this room, girl. Come back.
Somebody did something shady.
Oh, I'm so sorry then. Okay, I support everything you do. I missed so much shit, y'all. Like, I know you were doing.
That's a shade ticket right there. Yep.
Yeah, okay. We love you, Beamer.
Am I gonna be the only one up here dropping it? Come on.
I don't got shit to drop. I mean, we can crack our knees. We can do that. Let me crack my knees one time. Hold on.
Taken in command of Negro troops.
Nah, dude, my knees will make a deep when I try to drop it down. It's just bad. I'm only 30, 50.
Dude, I've been on my MCL in college. Support everywhere. And that did not end up working out a couple of times. Like I fell on 8 shit, so I've got problems with my knees.
Marshall, that sucks, dude. I'm so sorry. We're wearing bad shoes.
Okay. Somebody told me not to wander around inside this like shit-kind house. I was like, God, that house is so cool.
Listen, bro, I want whatever you're drinking. I love whatever's wrong with you. To be honest, I love every part of you. Oh.
By the way, I just for the record have to say that no, I'm not in the fight anymore. But I will fight for Nye to speak. I will fight for MG to be able to speak. And I will fight for serendipity to speak. And I will fight for Scarlet to speak. And I will fight for Pockets to speak.
Matt, come up here so we can get your
Only right a little bit.
Stop using ChatGPT.
But you want to see if you're a brave person.
We will all write it down for you.
I mean, well, yeah, you know what? I'm so over it. I don't have much to say anymore.
Hey, I discovered this new butterfly today called the silver, what was it called? The silver spotted skipper. It's very common. And I was learning about it, and apparently it had like a poop catapult, like when it's a catapult. Yeah, dude, like you can fling its excrements like 1.5 meters away from its body.
Did you hear about the pistol shrimp though? There's a shrimp underwater that literally kills enemies with a hole that's like faster than any bullet. It's pretty cool, dude.
Say goodbye to your reading book. The best way to
National Geographic, man, we're falling behind from worlds or from life. No one's watching National Geographic anymore. So
the best way to end something is.
I just saw it. You're so right. I just saw on Facebook Marketplace this person getting rid of like an entire library of National Geographic magazines, and like it's for free.
what? Isn't that crazy, John? That's treasure. Like, listen, man, lions are down bad. I don't think people understand how bad lions are down right now. But our animals are struggling.
You know, I think I'm kind of like Marshall. I'm sort of enjoying my late Saturday afternoon drink. I'm not drunk, but I sure as hell am trying to figure out what the hell what the conversation is in this room right now.
Well, I just got some Angry Orchards. They're like crisp apple beer. And dude, these are pretty nice.
Serendipity, I don't mind it, man.
Apple orchards, beard, dudes. I'm still a little lost.
Yeah, I don't like beer because it tastes like ass. So I have to get like flavored beer, you know? So I have to get like the apple beer. It's pretty nice.
Oh, I thought you meant beards as opposed to beer.
Pocket's cursing you from the ants and making you so uncomfortable.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad.
No, it's me. It's me. And Marshall was cursing earlier too, and I'm like, Marshall, that's Anson. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure Anson.
Well, Anson literally fought for our rights to curse and be sailors. So God bless you, Anson.
That's right. Where is the camera?
Fucking A, Pockets.
Yeah, I was wondering why is Akima in the audience? Akima, did you move yourself down?
Did he glitch out? Because he wasn't mod a minute ago either, and I didn't know what happened.
He did. He came from the audience, and I brought him up, and I remodded him, but I think he left again. And you know how it goes. You hit that hallway, and if you hit any previews, you lose your mod badge anytime you're in a...
You know what?
Hey, Pockets, were you in the military?
No, my grandfather was though. My dad was. My grandfather was a pilot in World War II. He was an engineer as well, so we helped build the planes. So I have full respect for anyone who's fought for Army.
Well, I used to get the question when I go on long submarine patrols how I best protected my wife from Marines specifically. And I told them I would keep a can of shoe polish under the bed because I'd never seen a Marine that wouldn't rather shine his shoes than fool around. Any Marines want to respond?
No, but Anson, can I tell you a little bit more about this little silver spotted thing? Okay, so this pooper catapult, I was curious. I was like, wait, why does it have to catapult its poop so far away? And then I learned that it's because it's predators. That's how they follow, and they call it frass. Guys, they call it frass. I am going to refer to my poo from now on as frass, okay? So they follow the frass, and that's how they find them to eat them. So that's why they got to catapult them away.
Don't throw your frass at me.
I can only say, what?
I think frass is a total vibe. Like, what the frass? You gotta be frass and kidding me? Like, this is so much potential. Thank you, Beamer.
I think so too. Who's frassing in the room?
There will be no frass on stage. Thank you very much.
Bima?
There's a new poll in the room, everybody. Please cast your vote.
A new poll?
A new poll! And if you don't vote purple...
This one's for you, Matt.
Don't you vote green either, Matt. I'm watching you. All the suck-ups posting green.
Well, here's the thing. I feel slightly conflicted, ladies, because I thought Matt Cool was cool. But now I'm hearing what's going on, some drama room, Reese trash talking.
Tonight, we had it. We had an excellent authority.
What you gonna bring the mods and the muff up for?
Doxing room. Alan's on stage. So, Alan, tell me, what do you think about the In the Muff having all female mods? Are we wrong?
It was so
Are we wrong? It's like, I'll stand a correction. I'll stand a correction if our reports are wrong. But you know, one time a while ago, you said Clubhouse runs through Monica. That sounds really bad now that I'm saying that.
Yeah, that's one of them. I just stepped in it.
Everything Clubhouse, Monica is in the know about. So if I'm wrong, Matt, you can tell me and I'll apologize. Well, what's up? I don't think I'm wrong though.
Look, Matt voted like me. I
win. Matthew Kalacious, you do have some comeuppance due.
I know, you need to come up.
Just take it like a man.
You need to put your full name.
Come pay your penance.
We're going to make you a mod and screenshot it and put it everywhere on Clubhouse so that everybody knows there's a female mod.
That's a muffin.
That's his own. For the record, I don't think that Anson nor Slippers is a badge. They're just honoring it.
That's true.
Actually, the dolphin is female. The dolphin's name is Anson.
Can I talk to myself?
Yeah.
Why would you?
No! You're such a turd. Why are you triumphant?
Google me and
Why you gotta make us protect you like
let
that?
me tell you something.
Why you made me yodel like some infidel?
Anybody's gonna waste their time on doing anything to me, they don't have much shit to do in their life.
Matt?
Yes, I can help you.
So, we care about you.
Well, Mom, why cheat my ass for having my real name up here? So I had to change it about a month ago.
Good.
We care about her, too. We care about the baby and everybody.
But like, I would maybe kill somebody if they turned him in his house. Like,
But they want you alive, numbskull.
I know they do. No, sometimes I question their motives. But yes, right.
You know what I saw today? I saw, I was driving, and you know how like houses are like kind of close to the road sometimes? There was this postman, and he was delivering a box to this house, and all I saw was him start to run, and this English bulldog like viciously attacking him. And I thought to myself, damn, those things are supposed to be like, you know, the best temperament and all this other stuff. I was like, tisk, that's horrible. Yeah. But that's what I saw today. See, but my pit bull wouldn't have done that. My big, vicious-looking, angry, solid, brolic, muscly, big-headed, big-jawed pit bull would have never.
Wait a minute. You just watched the English bulldog tear a hole in the postman? You didn't like honk your horn to distract the dog, or?
No, I was like driving by, and in this, it's like you have to like slow down to like slowly go around, and all I saw was him like, I was already going around the corner, and he had thrown down the box, and he started to run, and I'm like, what happened? And then I see this dog, this English bulldog, like chasing him, right? And then all of a sudden he stopped, and the bulldog and the person grabbed the bulldog or whatever, but that's as much as I could. I'm guessing that's kind of like.
So the postman wasn't injured?
Oh, I don't know about all that. I kept going.
Beat him up?
Yeah, it's fun.
How do you spell Frass, Bima?
Frass.
Okay. Let me show you what I did.
You know, it's fun. Is doing this again at 50 years old. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. MICK.
All right. PTR, Gina.
Sounds like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse at 50. I love it.
You know what this reminds me of? And I go all the way back to my high school years, which were in the 1950s, ancient history. But we had a boys, if you will, sorority called the Barons, and I've forgotten what the girls' sorority was, but it was whatever name. And I can guarantee you that the boys' sorority wanted to know what in the hell did they talk about and what was going on in that girls' sorority. The fact that I'm still staying on the stage reminds me that I'm trying to still gain insight into such a conundrum.
Have you ever seen Bluey before? Have you ever watched Bluey before?
I don't know what Bluey is.
I didn't.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I didn't know until about 6 months ago. We got a Bluey dress today. Boy, somebody was excited.
I have read the book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, and I tend to agree with that book. But of course, that was written in the 1960s, so nobody in the helmet in here knows what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh, everybody knows it. I don't.
Oh yeah, we know that book.
The problem with that book is that means that Mars and Venus are in the same solar system. See, I don't think women and men are in the same solar, even in the same solar system.
Oh.
Well, Matt, where's your wife? I need to talk to her right now.
Oh shit.
What I liked about the book is that it got people talking about some really cool stuff, and it kind of gave some insight and also a little bit of levity to stuff to important.
It's very akin to that book, Love and Respect. Y'all read that one?
Hey, what is that little top thing on the top left of the profile pictures?
That indicates what you voted in the poll.
Oh wow! So I need to change my vote. Okay.
Yeah, that indicates what you voted in the poll. So basically, everybody knows how you voted, or if you voted.
He left without coming on stage.
Of course he did.
Wow.
Hey, how about a Sunday drama?
Wow.
Sunday clubhouse drama.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't have
We haven't had enough of that all week.
That would be huge.
No, Matt, you're fired.
Only if it can be fake drama. Can it be fake drama? Like drama roast?
Yeah.
Scarlett says no.
Here comes Phoebe.
Absolutely not.
Is it good if your wife ever asks you, "Are you done yet?"
Oh my God.
I don't know. Are you taking too long to eat? What are you doing, Matt?
Oh yeah, it's the dinner. The dinner meal's taking. I mean,
Hi, BB.
BB's here to talk about TNA, so I'm gonna head out. Y'all have fun.
Oh, bye.
Wait.
She's just hanging out in the back channel. Scarlett, stay here.
Yeah, you can't leave. I want you to look at the YouTube video. I found a video of, because it's the caterpillar, it's the silver spotted. So that's the butterfly. It's butterfly stage. That's what it looks like. But as a caterpillar, that's when it can fling the frass. And I found a video of it flinging the flame. There's even like little.
What was that?
That's what it sounded like. It's on the film. That's exactly what it sounded like. Watch. I have the video image.
Oh my gosh.
And you think I'm crazy?
Tits and ass, BB, tits and ass.
Yeah, so check him out, tits and ass.
Where's that beloved Roger?
He's otherwise disposed at the moment. You just have to keep an eye for him. He is logging in.
So, anyways, I was in what's his name's room like earlier with all the doxing. What is going on?
It's just ridiculous. It's men in a bunch of dick measuring contests. That's all.
Well, I'm in trouble right now with my companion because she's angry that I'm spending so much time on Clubhouse and she wants to know what I'm talking about. I was using my hearing aid, so I've now put you on speaker on my iPad, so keep it clean. Her name is Anne, if you would like to address her.
Hi, Anne.
We love Mr. Anson, but we concur. We love spending time with him, but he is yours. And you can still yell at him so that he can spend more time with you.
Keep it coming, ladies, because she's still pissed.
I'm not cleaning up your mess, Anson. You go get those flowers and be nice to her.
That's right.
Are you a little too addicted to this app that you're not giving her some TNA? Love. You're not giving her TNA love. Come on, man.
We're not going to offend her.
Who is GLG? Hey, GLG. How are you?
The house, oh, go ahead, sorry.
That was you.
I was just going to say, Gary Baumgarten's house, Critical Thinking Forum, is the one that's going to stand the test of time, right? Because, I think because of him being in media, he knew that he had to curate his room more carefully based on the way things were going. And, he closed the chat, he moves people down. He did the kind of things that people tried to do earlier on in Clubhouse, but it seems to be sustainable. I'm not saying like in the muff won't last or whatever, but I do think it's interesting.
Well, wait a minute. Why are you talking about in the buff? Dave. That's funny though. That would be funny. Hold on, Dr. J. We're not competing with Gary Baumgarten's room.
Oh, I know.
I know. Rational discussion might be competition for Gary, but that's not us.
No. I'm not at all competing. I just mentioned the room because we're in this room right now. I could have seen it in any room. I'm not saying. I'm not even encouraging you to use his tactics. It just occurred to me that, I've seen so much come and go on Clubhouse, and I was thinking, what is it? What's an example of a room that may have modified things that has given some sustainability? And maybe it's Gary's, maybe not.
I actually think, and this is not disrespect to Gary, but he is very strict. And I'm not going to go on Facebook to join a group to comment on a Clubhouse room for a few reasons. The primary one is that would be identifying me in the real world.
Oh,
and as much as I like my ideas tested, there are malignants and malefactors on the app who would weaponize that. So that's one thing. So I can't participate in chat, and I'm not always available to join the stage. And I find the format pleasing to Gary, but not very accessible.
Totally, that's a fair critique.
Driver, I can assure you that I am not trying to
his expertise, etc. It's simply the fact that because maybe part of it is because of the size of the room, but you cannot have a conversation in Gary's room. Maybe that means, and just like we're having a conversation right now, and it's a fairly large room. You need to be able to have conversations without all the rancor and all the bullshit. And Gary tends to, he doesn't tend to, he states his opinions, his views, caveated with I'm not an expert and I don't know and all that, but his views are dramatically against everything that Trump has been trying to do. I don't like Donald Trump. I've never voted for him. But I believe we should have a rational discussion, pros and cons, about specific problems and policies to address those problems, and not just the constant harangue against anything and everything GOP and Trump are trying to do. That's why I'm not trying to compete with Gary. I'm trying to offer an alternative for those that would care to have an honest conversation, a debate that is reasonable, polite, non-interruptive, and thank you for not interrupting me or anybody else. That's all I'm trying to do, because I do believe that there are some things, in fact, several things, that Donald Trump and his administration are trying to do that I wholeheartedly support. Others, I think he's a total ass. I never voted for him. The way he promotes his policies, his hyperbole, his exaggeration, his lies, all of that stuff, I join with all the criticism that you can level at him. But underneath, there is an underlying, and God forbid I would say it, wisdom or correct perspective on how to achieve some things where America has been in a great, significant decline for the last 25 years, and not a single GOP or Democratic president or administration has been able to reverse that decline in the last 25 years. And that's all I'm trying to do.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I value your expertise very much, and I didn't even know you started something new. If it's a new room, I didn't even know. I agree with you. I agree with you on your take on. I agree with you on your take on Trump. As far as Gary's room goes, I assume that he would rather have a conversational style like he had initially. But being in the media, I think he's got to be careful that things don't get out of hand and cause trouble for him professionally. So maybe, so I agree that it's not the optimal way, but it's the best way perhaps that works for him. But I mean, I value your expertise when you're in those rooms, and you also, you engage with people in a very professional and sophisticated way that speaks to your acumen and your experience. So that's what I like about Gary's room, is that I haven't been in there in the past few weeks very much, but he's had some high-level conversation, and then he still gets a couple people who may be difficult, is my guess, but I can't say because I haven't been there much.
Well, I can just say, observe that right now in this room, you and I just had a perfectly reasonable conversation. And we need more of that, not all the bullshit that pervades Clubhouse. And I hope that there can be alternatives to that can advance the conversation and, God forbid, advance America's position in the world. Because I believe our position in the world has been gravely diminished over the last 25 years. And I don't see or hear anyone that has reasonable, rational observations about how to reverse that trend. All I hear is partisan bullshit most of the time in the media, on Clubhouse, and elsewhere.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I because I'm fairly moderate, and as I've gotten older, and I think the trend for most people is, sorry for the background noise, people get more moderate as they get older, but that may not reflect everyone's experience. But to me, you know, again, the dichotomy, if you're too extreme in your views, you almost become blindsided by, I don't want to say everyone who's extreme in their views is irrational, but you're more likely to become irrational and succumb to cognitive biases and distortions when you hold extreme views and only surround yourself with that kind of sentiment. So that's my opinion.
But of course, we cannot even arrive at a definition of what is an extreme view. We can't. Part of our greatest problem is that we can't agree on what the hell's the problem we're trying to solve.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe this is one thing to pose to the room, because I don't want to talk too much, and I appreciate the discourse with you, is that, like the immigration thing, right? Maybe in principle, I think that, you know, people who come to this country illegally, are taking a risk. They're taking a risk that some other people chose not to do, right? And there's various reasons for that. At the same time, if you get picked up off the street, if you put yourself in the shoes of someone being picked up off the street and deported, it's like, I guess my point is, I have empathy for both sides, and I have to sit in someone else's shoes or try to maybe understand their perspective. And I'm not sure everybody tries to do that, nor should they, but that's something I've been trying to do. So I'm conflicted on many things.
I can only ask you one I don't want to get, pardon me, Serene, and all the rest of you. I'm not trying to dominate here, but I think one of the first and best contributions that Trump made to the well-being of the United States is to stop dead in its tracks the flow of extraordinary and rampant illegal immigration, illegal flight into our country. Any nation in the world needs to protect its borders. And part of that is people don't enter your country without legal permission. And if you violate that, I mean, we can argue about what legal permission should be and whether we should be much more open in allowing people to immigrate into our country. That's a legitimate debate. But to stop the rampant illegal mass, illegal entering our country without permission is something that Donald Trump achieved. He achieved it within about 2 or 3 months, and all it took was a change in who was in the White House. And, at least on that count, I'm not arguing about ICE. I'm not arguing about what we're doing now. I'm just saying that closing down the valve of rampant illegal immigration was a significant achievement, and I applaud him. And I could give other examples, but I won't elaborate on them. But that's just an example.
And I don't disagree with you. I think that's well said. You just explained the complexity of the issue, but like like, it's poisoning the well. It's one thing to let people in if everybody's happy. It's another thing to let people in and get feedback that people are, in this country, our own citizens are starving, trying to find jobs, what have you. That's a real valid concern. And I think you handled that issue really well. But I think what happens in Clubhouse is people run with labels and they don't get farther than a blurb or an explanation.
Boy, do I agree with that 100%. And I'll stop now and turn it back to let you gals worry about
Well, we have a new poll.
male chauvinism. But my God, what a great discussion. And we weren't trying to crap on each other's head. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Anson. Likewise.
So there's a new poll because I am curious about this because I saw a recent study, and let me see if I still have it in my 103 item collection of my PTR album. I might have recently deleted it though. There was an article about should Democrats recognize the successes of the Trump administration? Would it be better for their party if they acknowledge the things that are going well? And I don't know if I still have it, but the number was striking. So I'm going to have to go into my, looks like I have to go into my photo album in my phone because I must have just deleted it. But there was a high percentage of people that recommended the Democrats give the devil his due. It would happen if you don't acknowledge the legitimate things that are going well. Then when you're criticizing the things that aren't, nobody hears you. It's the boy who cries wolf. And that's a huge problem because liberals are very good at spotting fires. And so it would be beneficial if the significant dislike of Trump didn't interfere with your ability to see the bright spots.
And I would add to that, Scarlett, there is a grave inability on the part of opponents to Trump to acknowledge the things that are not going well, need corrective action, and then engage rationally in discussion. And that's the place it should occur is in Congress, not in the media, etc., or the courts for that matter. But that's what Congress is for. A deliberative, democratic process. What is going wrong? What is going well? And democratic decisions as to how to advance the good and retard the bad. And that's one of the reasons that our great divide is accelerating, is because we can't even agree on the problems that need to be debated or the fucking courage to debate them and bring them to a vote and let democracy prevail. God damn it.
I found it. It was 74%. According to a smearcolumnist.com poll, I don't know that poll, political interest of Democrats to publicly give Trump credit when he accomplishes something with which they concur. 76% agree that it is in the best interest of the Democrats. 24% disagree.
So why don't their leaders adhere to that?
Well, Anson,
pure politics.
One of the challenges with that is that it would be good for the party, and it may not be good for the individual politician. And they're always going to opt for what's good for their political career. So there's a problem. The leadership in the Democratic Party is hell-bent on opposing Trump at every turn because it advances their career. Hakeem Jeffries, it advances his career to be polarizing. So yes, it would be good for the party. It would be bad for the individuals in office in the party.
I can respond, but I don't want to dominate.
Anson, go ahead. Nobody else is.
You can if you want to, but after this incident, did you get flowered?
The same can be said about the Republican Party. There's an allegiance to the party, and the preponderance of power, if you will, with inside the party, the parties, the two parties, there is not a preponderance of power as to what should be debated and decided democratically, what is in the best interest of the nation. That sounds a little hokey, I suppose. I'm not trying to be profound, but I'm trying to get at some root causes, Joe, beyond just the individual congressman and party and so forth.
Well, I don't disagree with you at all. Only thing I would say is the word profound and politician rarely work and play well together. The worry that politicians, especially in purple states, are very concerned about being primaried by other Democrats. So it is a profound fear of theirs that they're going to lose their power if they act in a rational way.
Okay. I served from when I graduated from college, 1965 until 1988 in the Cold War. There were political differences during that time. But my God, step back. The country was united. How was that achieved? It was not because of one president or another. It was because of the consistency of Congress, the will of the people to win the Cold War.
That was
the will of the people to win the Cold War dominated, and guess what? We won.
I would agree that that was a unifying aspect of that time. I would also remind you that there were conservative Democrats that all became Reagan Republicans. They were called Dixiecrats. And we had a different political landscape in both parties at that time.
And I served during that time. I was in the Pentagon for towards the end of that time. Sure, I heard the disagreements, but I saw the unity. And that's what I'm trying to figure out how we can achieve today. A little different from between can men and women get together. Sorry to change the subject, lady.
No, it's all right. I did find this video about an election being won by a gentleman who was putting lots of ballots in the ballot box. And I know some states ballot harvesting and collection is legal, and I'm still interested in this. Link is in the if he only won by 76 votes and he's on Visidio stuffing ballots into the ballot box, I think a new election is called for. Does anyone else agree or disagree?
I agree. I had to go look at the clip. So yeah, if he is, hold on, let me go back to the clip. If he is guilty of what they are accusing him of, stuffing the drop box with stacks of mail ballots, I would say so, Charlotte. Scarlett, I called you Charlotte. Sorry, Scarlett.
That's all right. Monica's actually fine. I just can't change my name again for another week or so. It happens when I play pranks. I don't know. There's a new Monica on the app. Baby JP, I think is the user's name. I don't know who they are, but I do feel some sympathy if they are using the name Monica on the Clubhouse app. I wish them the best of luck with it. It's really
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be in. I was responding to a comment in the chat.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted to tell you before you leave, I've got a message for you from her.
Is it need to be delivered privately? Do y'all wanna or
It was just some room topic ideas for restaurants.
nice? Frank, I did invite you up. Behave, please, sir.
The comment that I
I don't really want to make what asking me to be
Well, I've heard that you kind of stuff that you said on the answers reply. So there's that.
So what? I was responding to a comment in the chat that 1968 was a perfect example of how things were not going right in our country. And Howard, I could not agree with you 100%. In 1968, I was a young lieutenant in the Navy. My wife lived in Arlington. I saw what was going on in the country. I was spit on. Though I never served in Vietnam, I was spit on if I wore a uniform on an airplane. And I could not agree with you more that this country was going to hell in a handbasket. And we're not as bad now as we were then. We are.
Sweetie, what the frick is
We are as hell done as never hurt. Because I hope that we could be all Americans can take rational discussions and resolve our disputes within Congress. The democratic way to resolve disputes, not with executive overreach or judicial overreach. It's Congress, the democratic way to resolve disputes, and we no longer have the ability to do that, and it really pisses me off.
Yeah, it's
I apologize. I'm not trying to preach.
No, it's
God bless you all. Like,
it's well, I just wanted to push back a little bit. I know maybe you have to go, but I just said this would be a discussion for another time.
Yeah, we're having a discussion now. I was perfectly fine.
Oh, I was just referring, I don't know if he has to go.
No, I'll stay here and listen to you. I really, I observed your exchange with Brad a couple of days ago, so I'm sort of waiting. But go ahead.
Well, Bima is an anarchist, so. But she also at the same time likes to pull the legs of bugs. She likes to pull the legs of bugs.
That's so weird. You understand that that's weird. We talk about how we're rumors, right?
But the bugs have gone negative.
Wait, I know it's a joke. I know you're saying it as a joke, but I don't know if that's
when it comes to bugs and not right?
Jesus, this is great.
No, you're fucking crazy lady.
Baby, I don't know why you keep saying that. That's not true. Why do you keep saying that?
Because I noticed that, and I think it's
I never said it. I know.
It's very hilarious that we're on things bugs, right? Like, testing the bugs. Okay, we need to pull their legs. Where did you get that from? I was there with my friends.
So, Anson and I just had a delightful discussion about engaging in diplomatic discourse about topics that we may or may not disagree on. And what you're demonstrating right now is that you're bringing personal vendettas or personality issues into the arena, so that this is about personal attacks, not about the topics. Now that's fine.
That's my psychology. It's the psychiatry.
That's what we see. Not calling names isn't going to be helpful either. So what I'm suggesting is that this is why Clubhouse people are drawn sometimes to the drama. And if it was just about, if it was just topical, maybe we would all agree more. I mean, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but the question is, what kind of things do you want to be?
Lena, did you want to go ahead and address Anson?
I mean, I personally, for me, to be honest, I like both kind of rooms. Like some of it's entertaining, some of it's camaraderie. There's us versus them mentality that can kind of be funny. Like let's say Roger's rooms, he's maintained, and I'll give Scarlett the benefit for carrying that. These are some people that all kind of gotten heated and stuff and excited about topics. That's okay. And then there's other groups of people, are more diplomatic. And this isn't a judgment of people. I guess it's just a question of what's preferred. And I'm not even sure. I mean, I get drawn to everything. So I'm just putting this out there.
Yeah, and also, Anson, I'm not sure what the Brad comment was about, but just in case, because I don't want to assume, Brad, for whatever reason, he doesn't like me, and he hasn't liked me for a really long time. I never address anything to Brad. Brad attacks me unprovoked. You can ask pretty much anybody, and he's done this for the entire Hold on, Frank. Thank you. So I just want you to, I know that you may like Brad, and I'm not saying don't like Brad. I'm just saying that Brad has an issue with me, and I don't speak to Brad because of that. For
there's a commonality in this brotherhood. It's having served in the United States Navy. I was a relatively senior officer. Brad was a bosun's mate. And God forbid, I love bosun's mates sometimes. But that I could tell you sea stories about that. But when it becomes, I don't support Brad in some of his views. And he remains respectful of me, but he disagrees with my views. All that's fine. But when it gets down to I can't even describe. It was my room. It was the room that I was running. And I had to leave for personal reasons. And it evolved into combat. And even Roger himself said, my God, if Uncle Anson hears this replay, he's going to go apeshit. I didn't go apeshit, but I was extraordinarily displeased with the way that conversation evolved into. And that's all I'm trying to prevent. And again, thank you, driver, whoever you are over there. I mean, these are the kinds of things we ought to be able to do rationally without all the bullshit, all the Trump bullshit, and try to figure out a better way for this country to move forward rather than the steep decline that I have seen in this country for the last 25 years, at least since 9/11. And I will do everything I can do to try to reverse that trend, make that curve go back up in the right direction, not for me or anybody living on this stage, but for my kids, not for my kids even. Hell, they're in their 60s now. For my grandkids and my great-grandkids. I just think this country is going in the wrong direction. And until we can figure out a united way to reverse that trend, then we're still in great trouble.
Okay, so can I say something for a second? And I just want to make an observation from the outsider looking in, because contrary to the fact that I've been on stage, I'm actually still working. I've noticed that people do this thing where they say that they don't want to talk about people, then they continue to talk about people, then jump back into a topic having nothing to do with that said people they were itching to talk about. I'm going to be very honest with you. In listening to a lot of shit that's happened on this app and a lot of people that come in and out of these spaces, I'm going to have to call bullshit and say that some of y'all love the drama. Some of y'all love the drama. Some of y'all can't get enough of the drama. Y'all can't live without the drama. You can't get enough of the drama. Okay, so when people want to stop complaining about, why can't we get into these spaces and have this type of discord, without any of these problems? Well, hey, we've been given tools to use that, to deal with that. It's called the blacklist. But then you have the free speech committee that says, well, we shouldn't have to block people. They can say what they want to say. Y'all like the fucking drama.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you followed what happened, but I was going to talk to Ensign about rationality, and he had said something like, oh, I listened to your interaction with Brad the other day. He brought up Brad, I didn't bring up Brad. So I was just responding, letting him know that there is an interpersonal conflict with Brad and I, and it's never me talking to Brad. It's always Brad just attacking me unprovoked, and I guarantee you,
Well, Bima, what are you saying? Hold on.
Well, the great thing is Anson has a replay, so Anson.
So the great thing is I've been able to observe you. And what you do is you say things about Brad behind his back. Then when he confronts you, you play the victim. So I'm not going to sit up here. Hold on, BB. I'm not going to allow you to do that, Bima. Stop it. And notice Brad is not here. Why are you so obsessed with talking about people when they're not here?
Did you not listen to what I just said? I was responding
to Anson. First of all, why don't you just share with us your political...
I was responding to Anson. Hold on. I didn't bring anything up. I was just responding to Anson.
Hold on, Bina. I'll throw the mic back to you. Adam, let's just go back to our phone.
Yep.
Dude, I've had these same people blocked for 5 years. So, I mean, and they, I don't even want to say anything, so I feel like a room will be made if I even mention, anything. But, my point is I've had them consistently blocked for 5 years, and they're going to stay on block. So
I don't ever hear you complaining, though. Like, I never hear MG having these type of complaints, because quite frankly, I don't believe MG has these problems.
But she do.
Okay, so then can I,
Yeah, go ahead, Ensign.
all right. We were having what I was hoping we would have, a rational discussion about, hell, I don't even remember what the topic was. And I had to leave the room. That does not mean I am some super moderator bullshit. It just means we were having a great discussion. I had to leave the room. Roger stayed there, and he sort of stayed in the background. Because I asked Roger, I would like to have a rational discussion room rather than all the bullshit. And he said, I'll help you. And that's the genesis of that room. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. But I did not, but at any rate, we were having a rational discussion. I thought I had to leave. And then I came back several hours later after the room closed, and the bar fight that went on in that room, I'll guarantee you, if I had been in that room, I would have I don't even know how to kick people out of the room, but I'd have kicked both of your asses out of the room because you were so far beyond what I was trying to do in the room. So I'm not going to pick a fight and say Brad was right and you were wrong. I'm going to say, Brad, forgive me, but you and Dima went so far off the rails that you would have been in front of the green table with me and it was called a captain's mast, and I would have docked your pay, docked your rank, and told you if you ever do it again, you'd be going up for a goddamn court martial. I mean, forgive me, but both of you are wrong.
Anson, you're very kind and you're very naive. But I think when it comes to Beamer,
Naive.
why don't you share?
Please stop talking. Please stop talking about me like that. Just stop, baby. I'm done with you tonight. I'm done with you tonight. Stop. Ensign, I just do believe that during discussion, and I'm curious because I love the fact that you want to have a rational discussion room. That's definitely, I've been a part of them since I've come into this room or to come into Clubhouse. That's why I was invited here. I've never had a problem outside of a very few select people, okay, and it's constantly those same select people. Now, my question to you is, if you were in that room and we were having a discussion and I had given my submission and then somebody else began a personal attack on my character, would you have stopped them at that point?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I need to know. And I can't wait to have a rational discussion room with you again because I can guarantee you and I can promise you that I'd never use any type of circumstantial ad hominem or ever insult or attack anyone verbally or cost them unless I was defending myself. So that's all I wanted to hear. Thank you. And I apologize that the room dissolved into the way it did. I'll take responsibility for defending myself the way that I did, only out of respect for you. And I know that if you were there, you would have, just as you stated, you would have stopped the initiator, and that's all that I need to know.
Again, both of your asses out of the room.
Thank you, Anson. Because again, she likes to play the victim, and I'm not trying to gang up on you, Bima, but you take this perception of least resistance when, again, you're not defending yourself when you've been attacked. You're defending yourself after somebody came at you with you flapping and running your mouth because you like to talk. And that's the reason why the man keeps coming after you.
That Anson has a recording. Anson, if you believe believe and value truth, I encourage you to go back and listen to the recording again. I don't even need to, this happened, I don't know how many, a week ago now. It was on education. I can guarantee you right now, without even listening to it, if you listen to it, my submission was purely on education. That's the only thing it was about. And as soon as I stopped talking, I was verbally attacked by Brad, as always, because that's always what happens. My personal character's attacked. Now, all I'm saying
because you keep talking about the man while he's not present, like you're doing right now.
Hold on.
This is the whole point.
Well, first of all, do you think that that's fair when I was responding to him?
No, you have the option.
So I shouldn't be having a conversation with him.
Bima, you're using it as an excuse to go after Brad again. This is what you do. This is circular behavior.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, this is a pattern. You're right. It is crazy. It is crazy.
You're saying that I should respond to Einstein
to excuse her own behavior.
Right, okay.
We're talking about two of the biggest drama queens on this app. One, Adams, who constantly uses a big mic, came into the room the other day.
We're not bringing up this drama into this
Of course, you wouldn't want to.
What was the topic of that room?
Go ahead.
Hilarious. Well done, Adam.
Bima, what was the topic of that room? Was it the history in the making? Is history being made today?
It was about education.
The one about education.
May I say one thing? I'm new here, and I joined the room because it said common sense on Clubhouse, and I'm amazed that none of you can recognize the principles of judging not, and not judging other people, and condemning, we have to learn that everyone is different. Everyone's coming from a different perspective. And I think the room needs to take a big break. I was coming to talk about the presidency and how I think we need to overthrow the government calmly. But I was just astonished at the room. And I just ask all of you to take a breath and to continue your discussions. I'm just a fly on the wall. But I just ask you to judge not.
Fantastic. And again, I'm hold on. As a person participating in that conversation that you seem to have a problem with, thank you very much for your unsolicited morality advice. Would anybody else like to speak?
No problem, anytime.
We're not here to virtue signal. We're here to try and understand each other, no matter where we come from. And sometimes people come from different places with honest intentions and honest convictions, but there are also some people who come with opinions that are not that honest. And that's, I think, what is actually the disease at this point in time when it comes to politics. Because in the past, Anthony was saying, it's like, you could be left, you could be right, but there was an end game, and it was about reaching some kind of consensus that was supposed to be the best overall. But today, that's kind of like a little bit blurry.
That's a good point, Bibi. Let me ask you, do you think that it's rational to continue to tell people tonight that I've been pulling the legs off of bugs when that was never said, done, or anything? Like, can you explain how that plays into rational discussion?
Do you like playing the victim?
Adams, no, but you do, apparently. This is why you have to, you're the only one that speaks.
It was non-native bug, right? You're very adamant.
Bibi, I never said that, but you made that up. You made that up, and you've been telling this. At first, I thought you were joking. Then you kept saying. Hold on, Bibi, I've never even thought about doing that. This is just made up bullshit, and it's weird. Bibi, it's weird.
Well, you are weird, honey. And then you said, "Oh, I'm gonna let the chicken eat it."
Because I couldn't kill it. That's why.
Well,
I didn't say that I pulled the legs off of the bug. And I did let the bug go. I did.
You were adamant it's a non-native.
Right, no. Not only non-native, it has no predators, and there's a literal campaign because of the industry in the state that I'm in. It's a $7 billion industry. This bug came here from another continent in the 2020, and it's right, but because it doesn't have any predators, and because it can do the things that it does, lay eggs on anything, and it feeds off of the hops and the grapes of this particular billion-dollar industry in the state. It's an invasive bug, and it's dangerous. And that's all that I was talking about. I was educating, like I educate everybody on all the other bugs that I talk about. Today we talked about another butterfly. So I was just giving information. I was giving information about the lantern. I was giving information about the lanternfly. That's it. Today we talked about the silver-spotted skipper. Okay, yesterday we talked about the golden. We talk about different bugs all the time, baby. I didn't pull the legs off of bugs.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even pull the bugs.
Sorry.
I didn't even feel it. And it's weird that you keep saying that I did.
It seems like you changed the subject of the room. Common sense on Clubhouse. And God Almighty, do I agree with that? How do we achieve it? Common sense. There's a guy down here in the audience, Alan. He and I have very divergent views on Trump specifically. And yet, he has a new room called the Brain Trust. And we have rational discussions, common sense, mutual respect, even though we vehemently disagree. Now, that's a small room, not popular or anything like that. But we need more rooms like that, where Alan, who wants to impeach Trump, and of course I strongly disagree with that, but we can have rational discussions about it without all the bullshit. And somehow I think, well, Alan and I have maintained a degree of mutual respect despite our disagreements about the headlines, if you will. What Alan and I need to do is get underneath the headlines, understand the underlying problems, and then argue about the solutions. But we first have to agree on what the hell the underlying problems are. He thinks it's Trump. I think it's much deeper and broader than that. And we can have a rational discussion about that, be productive, remain polite, etc. And that's what we need more of on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but you represent a time where politics was a little bit less dishonest than it is today.
Politics in my era were as divisive. My God, I voted for Goldwater, for Christ's sakes. The first time I could vote in the United States. I mean, my God, our politics have been divisive.
But the intention,
but our unity in solving the problems has not.
The intentions were right. No matter the division. It's not the case.
That's your opinion, baby.
Yeah, I would say that politics hasn't changed that much, but the media and social media has created so much noise and so many different platforms that you cannot escape it, and that is what's changed.
I think Bibi just said something terribly fascinating, and I wish we could just listen for a minute to why she believes that the intent of Goldwater and the intent of Trump are different. The intent of Trump is to save America, to make it great again. Well, okay, but BBC, I don't know.
Every politician represents an era. Just like fashion, just like art, just like celebrities, just like everything else. It will always be the case. It's all interlinked. So if Trump is in power today, it's because the people who elected Trump made Trump, right? He was a TV host. So was Hegseth. This is the era we live in today. Nothing is any more different than it was. The only thing that's changed is, I don't know exactly what that is, but there's more.
Nothing's new under the sun.
There is less innocence.
There's nothing new under the sun. Everything that has already been. Your opinion just sucks. That's the problem.
And therefore, oppositions also have to be more ruthless within the way they perceive things, the way they talk about things, the way they express things. And that's what it is. It's like you can't have so what is it? So the left.
It's like you just keep going and you go and you keep talking about nothing. You just keep going on and on.
Who's like, oh no, you can't be deporting people. It's like, it's against human rights. But then at the same time, putting off the legs of a fucking bug because it's a non-native. Do you understand?
What are you talking about? You little talk.
Oh, come on. Can I have a discussion with Bibi here for a minute? Because she's saying something that is interesting, and I'd like to help her with her point of view a little bit. If Anson mentioned the Goldwater election, now that was 1964, and in that election, television was just in its infancy, and there was a commercial that was made for that campaign, for the Goldwater campaign, that you can find on YouTube. And it was about a little girl that was in a field counting flowers, and an atom bomb was dropped on that little girl. And I'm not even sure that I've got the visual right. I'm sure Anson remembers the commercial. The point I'm trying to get to is that what is different today is the information technology that we have. In 1964, we never could have had the kind of conversation that we're having. And my brother Anson, who I deeply respect, even though I disagree with him, is from a different era. I agree with that. So am I, to some extent. But we can comment on what technologies have significantly impacted the change in generation. And I would submit to you that the technology has been a part of the American political system for at least 80 years. And it needs to be calculated into these discussions, and I'll leave it there. Thank you for not interrupting me.
Yeah, but how we disagreeing on anything you said?
Boy, I am looking forward to Scott and Howard. I just put them up to the stage, and I really look forward to their comments because I think this is a really important discussion, guys.
Hey, Anson, thank you, and Alan, I just posted in chat a copy of that famous Goldwater ad. I want to say, though, did it come from the LBJ campaign?
Yes, it did. And I guess it's a little confusing because you're absolutely right. It did come from the LBJ campaign, but it was objected to so widely that LBJ took it off the air. I think it was only run once or twice. And I think that I love this point that you're making because what we had in 1964 that we do not have now was a strong FCC that acted as a neutral arbitrator. And Ronald Reagan, who I think in many ways was a great president and in many ways was not, he was sure as heck not as conservative as many people think. That's not what this room is about. But he tore apart the FCC, and I think we are suffering greatly because of it. And thank you for posting the video because I think it's great.
Well, I'm going to jump in here just for a second because I marvel at the fact that Alan, Scott, and Howard are on the stage and listening to my bullshit, and God forbid, guys, have at it. Because we need. Don't interrupt me, Howard, Scott. We need rational discussions, and I swear to God, I'll listen to everything you guys have to say, and I may respond, but I'm going to give you every opportunity to address the fundamental. I'm not talking about the specifics of federal forces in D.C. or Trump is a 33,000 liars or whatever. I'm talking about the fundamental things that we're just failing to be able to resolve in this country. Have at it, Scott, Howard. Listen, this is a great room.
Anson, the problem with Alan and Scott and a lot of people that I'm trying to point out is that we're $37 trillion in debt. So if you're going to complain about the FCC in 1968, I got to tell you, it's 2025. We're $37 trillion in debt and have $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. If you gentlemen aren't fiscally responsible or conservative in your own life, you're going to have to get fiscally conservative for your government because you can't keep borrowing.
Wait, first of all, wait, Alan. I'm talking a hell of a lot more about fiscal responsibility and all that. I'm talking about what I would see as the fundamental decline of this country. It's been going on for 25 years, and I'm looking for solutions. And I want to hear Alan, Scott, and Howard, and I don't want to hear objections about specifics right now.
I was in a room the other day, and I don't think you were there, Anson, where I was trying desperately to make the point that your Obamacare premium was a function of your income. And I was called a liar. I was told I didn't know what I was talking about. It's this kind of thing that makes it a problem. So thank you for trying to moderate in a good way. Secondly, Mojo, you know nothing about my economics. And I'm not going to debate it with you. I have no need to share my own economic success. I would just say that in spite of a significant disability, I'm better off than many, many Americans because I worked very hard and I'm actually quite conservative. But I absolutely insist on truthfulness. And that's where I think you and I may have a problem.
By the way, more truthful than me?
Yes, I am.
Well, it's just like your opinion, Alan.
No, I do. Well,
yeah, that is your opinion.
Well, hold on. Have you come into other rooms? Under a different name?
Yeah, I've got a lot of accounts here. The point is, I'm sharing information and my opinion, and I don't know why people think your opinion supersedes other people's opinions. It's just opinion.
The fuck you got away with manipulating and getting away for so long on this fucking app.
Well, you can't tell me how to use the app. I use it the way I want to use it. You use it the way you want to use it, and therefore it's just your opinion that you don't like the way I use it.
Because I don't know what your stand is. Like, what are you supporting? What are you?
I don't know. Let's create a room tomorrow or maybe Monday. Let's come up with a topic right now for Monday afternoon.
I've done this, Vivi, and what I've discovered is, number one, Mojo would have voted against the big bad bill. Maybe not for the same reasons that I would, but if he's going to run for Congress, he needs to be held accountable for what he says. Number two.
Yeah, and Alan, I was placating you when I said that Congress should arrest Donald Trump. I was making fun of you, but you were too dim to understand that I was teasing.
No, I wasn't too dim. I understood that you might be teasing me.
A discussion that, for some reason, I'm not even able to participate in. So you're interrupting, as you always do, Mojo. Let other people speak.
I want to finish the point, Mojo. I have you on record, on a recording, saying you would impeach Donald Trump, and you can't deny that. I knew what you were doing. I wasn't that dim. Thank you.
Again, I was making fun of you, and it's illegal to make recordings of people on this app. Alan, don't you?
It is not illegal. Mojo, stop. That room was recorded. You know it was recorded.
All right, well,
it was documented as being recorded.
Replay. I'm going to go listen to it and see what I said. Please hold.
Okay, well, that's going to take an hour and a half, so we can go on.
I'm just saying, if you've got Trump derangement syndrome, you got American derangement syndrome. Trump was voted in by the people to rectify the problem.
Hanson,
not to
you
create
either
more
throw him
problems,
off or I
to
leave.
rectify the.
Okay, goodbye. I'm not running this room, so Hanson, if you can't throw him off the stage, it's
Don't rage quit.
I'm trying to mute both of you, and I don't know how to do it. Scott, Howard, Evan.
When you say the decline is 25 years or 27 years, what is specifically, like, what decline are you talking about? Because that could mean a lot of things.
Okay. Obviously, 25 years ago, we had a balanced budget, about $1 trillion or so national debt. Look at us today. Look at our inability to successfully resolve the conflict against terrorism. Bush said it was a generational war. We're still fighting it. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, a military disaster as far as I'm concerned in terms of the military. The geostrategic instability in the world. Scott, you've heard me say this, but based on my experience, from my professional experience from 1965 up to whatever, and I was on the tip of the spear of nuclear deterrence. That has been degraded, and I firmly believe, that we are closer to nuclear war today, not because of geostrategic instability. And part of that, a significant part of that, is the American inability to create stability, which I call deterrence. Deterrence is weaker now than it's ever been in my professional lifetime. I believe we're in trouble, and we're getting deeper in trouble on those broad subjects. And that's why I make the comment that I do, and thank you for not interrupting. And I welcome your ability, your response to those kinds of
Yeah, I think a couple things. So I think I agree about the deterrence thing, and I think if I were Ukraine right now, I'd be trying to get a nuke. And everybody, if I was any other country that was anxious about its defenses, I would be trying to get a nuke. Because, yeah, I mean, I think that's a problem. But I would say, so I think if we're saying that past 25 years of decline, that's one way to frame it, and I think it's not unfair. But I think what we're seeing right now, there's a scholar, Gary Gersel, who's written The Rise and Fall of the Neoliberal Order, right? And his work, I mean, he thinks that we have these political orders. The last major one in the 20th century, he thinks, was the New Deal, right? New Deal liberalism. And what you have when you have a political order is it annexes the opponents, right? So what happens is that, like, you get, for instance, you get after FDR, what does Eisenhower come in and do? Does he become a spendthrift and clamp down the state? No, he expands the state, right? He expands infrastructure. He's part of the New Deal order, right? So the New Deal order gives way to neoliberalism, right? Which sort of, begins on the cusp of Jimmy Carter. Reagan really brings it in. And that's where, markets are seen as superior to government. It's the area, and it includes, that's the new order because it sort of, you look at Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is much closer to Ronald Reagan than he is to FDR, right? I mean, that's, the era of big government is over. I mean, that sort of thing. That was the breath of victory of Reaganism, right? Clinton was really a Reaganite. So that order, the neoliberal order, is eroding. Okay, it's tattering. It's coming to a close. I mean, I think a couple things have caused it to weaken. One, you look at the financial crisis of preceding Obama, that really crushed people's confidence in the global economy, in the neoliberal sort of free trade, free market stuff. You look at Iraq and Afghanistan have eroded people's confidence in internationalism and international agreements and sort of international law and international interventions, right? And I think also the faith in democracy, China's success, rapid success, without democracy, right, makes the Davos crowd and stuff enamored with China, and there's cynicism about democracy, just culture in a culture-wide way. So I don't know, like maybe it's decline, but I just think there's a fundamental paradigm shift that Trump has responded to, right? That Trump is the right-wing response, the populist response to these problems, right? And so I think Trump is pretty effective as far as he's reacting against all of the erosions that we see declining in like the 2000s, sort of pre-Obama. Now, I think the left hasn't come up with a response to the end of neoliberalism. We ran the neoliberal candidate. We ran Kamala Harris, right, running around with Liz Cheney saying the neoliberal system isn't that bad and Trump's going to blow it up. People wanted it. People wanted it blown up. That's the thing. People wanted the system blown up. And we didn't offer somebody to blow it up, right? We offered. Now, it's interesting. I'm not a Mamdani fan. I don't like the anti-Semitism. But he is closer to the sort of response to an erosion of neoliberalism, right? So how do we sort of get the deficit straight? People don't care about that. I don't know that it is possible because nobody gets votes on it, right? Nobody has the political will to do it because it's not what people care about. People care about, now again, we might want to say that they're concerned about prices. They're going to be that stuff's all going to be bad when the inflation skyrockets, all stuff. But that's abstract for people. So I don't think the debt is something that will be dealt with in a reasonable way because there's just not. It's not something that's existentially or practically a concern of any American.
So Scott,
wait, Alan.
Yeah.
A major breakthrough, as far as I'm concerned. Scott seemed to agree with my assertion that American, whatever you want to call it, social fabric, geopolitical influence, whatever you want to call it, a debt, deficit, America has been in decline for 25 years or more. The question is let's accept that agreement. And that decline has occurred over how many, Republican and Democrat administrations. There is a fundamental problem in America that we need to address, and it's not going to come from a Democrat administration or a Republican administration. The fact that we have a blip and we have a recession or not a recession, or things change, interest rates go up 1% or 5%, there is a fundamental decline in America. And I'm trying to understand and develop ideas, and because of my age, I have to go back to what I thought of, and looking in hindsight, during the Cold War, Scott, there was far more unity in this country than there has been since 9/11. I firmly believe that. Why? And what
can we do to fix it?
Yeah, I think that the advantage you have in the Cold War, right, is you have an enemy, right, and you have an ideological enemy, right? There's a way of life that is so opposed, and with a chief competitor, a superpower, right? We had a superpower rival, which did bring the country together. I think there's a really interesting book, The Clash of Civilizations. It's an older book, the Huntington, but it's well worth reading if you don't know. And Huntington's writing in the 80s, I think it was late 80s, but he was sort of saying after the fall of communism, he's thinking, he called that the age of ideology, right? That the age of ideology gives way to civilizational clash. It's no longer communism versus capitalism. The Western capitalist free society versus the Eastern Empire. It's several different cultural regions, right? You got Eastern Orthodox Russia. You've got the Christian sort of democratic West. You've got China. You've got so he breaks into like these socio-cultural orders. And he says what's going to happen is all the conflicts will be in the border regions. He predicts Ukraine in the 80s. He's like, because Ukraine doesn't exist in this sort of Judeo-Christian West, the Catholic Protestants or West, or the Eastern Orthodox Slavic East. It's on the border. So I think with the civilizational conflict, it is tougher. Also, I think pluralist multiculturalism makes things harder. It's interesting when they do studies. There's a study in England. It's shocking how many, and you can find correlative studies like this among American millennials and stuff. It's shocking how many people don't think it's important to live in a liberal democracy, right? That there's the relativism is seeped into democratic ways of life. So all these things are real. And at the same time, our GDP is doing pretty well. Like this is the thing about decline. Like we're far surpassing growth in the rest of the world, right? I mean, this is the interesting thing about Trump's narrative sometimes, that we're this victim nation, right? That everyone's taking advantage of us. We're still doing far better than even China and anything close to our global competitors. So, I mean, I think if we might be facing a decline in political culture as far as being able to do big things. I agree with that. I mean, part of it is our system is designed to need substantial majorities, right? You can't really run America on narrow majorities the way you can a Westminster parliamentary system like Canada or the UK or something, right? So to do big things in America, you can't do it on narrow majorities. And we're partisan, we're tribal and partisan, and you can't do much with a narrow majority. So while I think our GDP might be increasing and we might be winners in the global economy, our political culture doesn't lend itself to solve a big problem like increasing deficit.
Well, everything you've said, first of all, we agree that there's a major decline. But everything you've said is a description of why we've been unable to stop that decline. I have some specific ideas, fundamental ideas, as to how to stop the decline. And I would be, I'm not going to argue those. For example, I have said for over 2 decades now that the K-12 education system in America is a national security crisis. We are dumbing down America. Now, we can debate that forever, but that's a specific thing that I believe we need to fix. We need to better educate the citizens of America. I think you'd agree with that, and then we can argue about how best to do that. I believe there is a smog over our major metropolitan areas. And I don't mean environmental pollution. I mean a degradation in homelessness, graffiti,
respect for law and order, crime rate, whatever. And I don't want to argue the specifics. I just make the assertion that our major metropolitan areas have gone downhill in terms of social fabric, etc., over the last 25 years. And I'm looking for solutions for that. And at least I want to agree that those are problems. And then we can debate with all the vigor you want to debate the best way to solve them. But we have to agree that they are problems and not just talk about how hard it is to fix the problems. I want to get down to specifics about what I think needs to be done to fix the problems, you think needs to be done to fix the problems, and have a rational discussion on that. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Like when you say something about urban decline, right? Like I
think it's terrible. I think urban decline is terrible.
Like I live in a pretty major city, right? I live in the 6th largest city in the country, Philadelphia. I live right in the middle of it. I mean, I can walk to City Hall. That's complex because our crime is down in Philadelphia, right? Crime is down in most of the country, right? Now, so I wouldn't say, with regard to crime, Philadelphia is in drastic decline. Now, I will say we're facing a public transit crisis, and that's a mini crisis. I mean, SEPTA, which is a great public transit system in the country, is facing, Harrisburg wants to defund us. The Republicans want to cut significant spending, which would kill us, and we're facing, it's a big a lot of people are talking right now because we're facing severe service limitations, which would have economic impacts, right? I mean, people not able to get to work and to other things as easily because a lot of people in the city, depend on public transit. So that I would say is a crisis. So I just think urban life, it's complex, right? I mean, so I wouldn't say my city. With regard to drugs, yes, there's a part of the city that's Kensington, which is worldwide famous. There were documentaries about it. So we do have an opioid crisis. So, I mean, I just think overall decline, it's tough to know. It's tough for me to comment on that unless I know what we're talking about, right? Because I think it's just a complex description, like what's going on in, say, an urban center like.
Okay, Alan, go ahead. Scott and I exchanged legitimate views back and forth. Basically, I think I heard him say that he's not very worried about the decline or the smog, as I call it, in Philadelphia. And therefore, it's not a priority that we need to address. That's a detail. Scott and I can argue about that, and I sure as hell don't live in Philadelphia. But go ahead, Alan.
Vincent, thank you, and thank you for running an organized discussion. I really appreciate that. It's not an easy skill. Thank you. I would like to go back to what Scott was talking about, and you were talking about also about when things were running well. And I would point to the time you were talking about in 1992 to 2000, we actually did have a balanced budget. And this is not Democrat or Republican, but the person who was president was somebody I voted against twice. And yet he was a competent president. And I think part of the reason he was a competent president is he had run a state for many years that had to have a balanced budget.
And I agree. I support Bill. I like Bill Clinton.
He also put a lot of cops on the street.
Yeah, and I think
I agree with that. Good for him.
One of the real problems we have is this horrible attack on competency. And I appreciate very much, Anson, you trying not to make it about Trump, so I'm not going to go there. But I do think that once this presidency is over, we should, and I wrote a paper in college on this, we should change the Constitution to limit who can run for president, because the captain of the ship, Anson, does matter.
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there, legitimately, because I get the power of being a moderator, thank God. You and I absolutely, if I could point to the most basic fundamental reason I think America is in decline, it's the lack of competency. And that is related to what I call the national security crisis of K-12 education. We lack the competence across all parties to be able to figure out how to move forward in times of great.
So we agree on a hell of a
We agree on competency. Now, we can argue whether it's Democrat or Republican, but we can agree on we have a terrible lack of competency at the highest levels in this country.
And that is a function of experience. That's where we may disagree. I don't know whether you would disagree with that or not, but I say that's a function of experience. When politics, and Scott and I may get into it over this, and I don't want to argue with him because he's my friend, and I appreciate his help when we have it, but I do think that your objective,
not mock it, but offer constructive alternatives to what that office is trying to do.
I could not mock the office any more than the occupant does. I mean, that would be impossible.
Well, Scott, that's where you and I disagree, and you know how, it's really got.
Trump doesn't make a mockery of the office very often, Anson.
And I'd like to acknowledge the other mods on the stage as well. And also welcome Jason and Double and Bima back to the room too. Y'all please feel free to also jump in on the conversation.
I'm sorry.
Listen, when Donald Trump is asked by, and this is a favorable interviewer, this isn't a gotcha question. Or no, maybe it wasn't. I'm sorry, it was CNN or something. They asked him, he showed you, he had the Declaration of Independence, right? And they said, what does this document mean? And he says, it's like a document of unity and love. This is the most disturbing. First off, half the things Jefferson said in there, a lot of the things weren't true. But when you have such a vacuous answer about one of the founding documents of the country, that's kind of a mockery of the office. Right? When you're that ignorant of being American history, which I'll say for Putin, I watched Tucker's whole interview with Putin, and I thought, you know what? It'd be great to have a leader that knew the history of the country, which Putin does. I think there's just so many things that Trump does that are just. This isn't like saying everything the guy does is terrible.
I'm gonna shut you down because somebody said other people want to get into this, so let's let Jason and everybody else weigh in. I apologize for
no problem, buddy.
And I certainly don't mind the discussion continuing, but I want to make it a point to acknowledge that there are also other people on the stage, and if they have anything that they want to interject, they're more than welcome.
Well, I do think Anson is right to highlight a decline in the U.S. over the past 25 years, and it's not necessarily going to be something that you can locate in an economic decline, a military decline necessarily, or a decline in institutions. But I think there is a decline in public government. There is a decline in our ability and the level at which we try to address political problems, political concerns. And it may be, I think, one hard challenge for people proposing changes is that we have to ask ourselves, given that there was a decline, then something is different now. And that's maybe why we have a decline. But the things that, if we're proposing solutions that aren't ultimately about restoring some kind of balance or sorting out or addressing the causes of the decline, if we're proposing proposing things that are changes that weren't there in the past. We have to ask ourselves, why do we think those will work? You know, they weren't a problem before. Why are they a problem now? I think when we look at a lot of people on the left and a lot of progressives, a lot of people basically who don't support the right, they are not conservative in the most liberal sense or in the broadest sense of that word, which is applying old solutions to new problems, which is the same using time-tested strategies. And so they propose all kinds of crazy things. They really want to uproot and undermine the American system. They don't see it that way, but it's what they're doing, and it is a big problem. For example, qualifications for office. We've never had qualifications for office. Why all of a sudden do we need the president to be qualified? Targeting hate speech. Where the countries with freedom of speech, people are worried about fascism, whatever. The countries with freedom of speech are those the countries that went Nazi. And back in the 40s, the U.S. was so much better at policing speech, and that's why we didn't go Nazi. I mean, there are a lot of ideas coming from that side of the aisle that are about destroying America. They're fundamentally about destroying America. They're about destroying an open and decentralized society. And that's something we gotta put an end to. And that means ultimately destroying the capacity of the government to do that. And so Trump, he is, there's a silver lining. There will be almost no federal government left, hopefully, when he's done. And no one will be able to entertain crazy ideas like this.
Jason, can I just ask you, I want to make sure I heard you right. You don't think there should be any qualification for someone to be the president of the United States, is that right?
I don't think there's any way to argue that's the problem. It was not a problem before.
But we lived in a world before that was simpler. Let me give you a classic example, and this is what I struggle with in my own thinking. Gary Trump, who is one of the presidents that I have a high degree of respect for. I didn't growing up, but the more I read about him and the more I studied him, that guy had a lot of courage. He did not have a college education. He was brilliant. He did not have a college education. If I were to propose a national amendment that we discuss in our country to change qualifications for president, one of them would be that they have a college degree. Another one would be that the presidency is not their first political office. So I don't want to make this about Trump specifically, but I think if your point is that we shouldn't have qualifications to be the president of the United States, other than that you're born in the United States and you're 35 years old, I just disagree with you, and we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, I think this is more an example of fixating on something that probably doesn't explain the decline, because it was true before the decline as well as after. And there are a lot of things that progressives want to do to make America better that are of that character, where it's like, well, and I can give you a long list. I won't. I'll just talk about those two because I think we've both seen them on here. Or the Electoral College is a third one, right? I mean, if America is in decline because of the Electoral College, that decline probably started a long, long time ago, right? And the same thing, qualifications for office, lack of controls of hate speech. I mean, the U.S. hasn't had these things ever. So if these are the cause of the problem, I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's like, well, I mean, lack of qualification for the presidential office, that's like 200 years old. It took 200 years before the decline set in. I don't think that's what it is. So it's not targeted. And if it's not targeted, then it's like just, I don't know, just treating the public policy like a laboratory or something, you know?
We'll agree to disagree on that one. Thank you. Oh, and Anson, just before I close my mic, I don't ever want to argue with you about whether we're in decline. I think Scott and I would agree with you. I think the other day in the room, nobody disagreed with you. So we don't have to establish that point. The question is what to do about it. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Double.
I mean, I think a big issue facing not only the United States but also many Western or actually just developed societies, with the one exception of Israel, is below replacement fertility rates. How can this be addressed in the 21st century? I think we should be looking to men like Elon Musk. He is quite a fertile man, and if we actually dig in, a lot of it's not public or not well advertised. Some of the strategies and technologies he's employed to himself have a fairly high fertility rate, actually extremely high fertility rate. He's well into the double digits, he may already be into the triple digits, and we can expect certainly within 10 years that he'll be into the quadruple digits. He will be the most reproductive man in history, exceeding Genghis Khan. And so I think we should sit with that. People are laughing, but we should sit with that and we should think about what is he doing correctly that the rest of us are not even thinking about. At the moment, he's unable to be public about it because it would compromise too many of his business interests and political interests. But we should all be thinking about what strategies we can employ in our personal lives, or what strategies that the larger society should be perhaps encouraging and subsidizing. I'll leave it there.
So let me take this one.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Let me double. I'm reading the book right now. The strange news headlines is how AI learned to talk and what it means.
System for family and everyone's mourning that. Oh my gosh, so if somebody in Detroit dies of fentanyl, it's like, oh, drugs are so bad. Oh my God, it's another drug industry, But it was actually like the same, thing. But it's just it's just viewed differently. It's viewed as very sympathetic, and the family gets, poor things, and it's with addiction too, actually. People, I never thought, Joe, you were saying at the beginning, you have a friend, I never thought.
Celebrity decline of the social fabric of the world.
Respectfully, Edson, I don't think you properly looked at it down to the jail.
I'm just reading the book, and by a pretty good author, maybe I'm wrong. But world population has gone up at a hell of a rate.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
So it sounds like it's going to be a boring group anyways. I don't know why he recycles topic. He can't come up with it.
I agree. So in terms of genetic drift and genetic shift, this notion of the progeny of someone who, arguably has some
banana, I could do that kind of shit. And then they call me all kinds of really racist stuff. And, that was kind of funny. But we are now focused on each other tonight.
Raising dozens of children or creating them, quite frankly. I'm in a bit of a lost for words because this is the last thing we want. It's like we want to outbreed the Trumps and the Musks, right? These are people who bring with them DNA. It's like junk DNA. It's not junk DNA. We don't want that in our genome. We want to dilute that. So I just think it's remarkable that we would use Musk as a model. Of course, he wants to have as many progeny and offspring as possible. That goes with his personality disorder. So I think we just need to rethink the notion of virility and what it means to add his chromosomal DNA to the gene.
Your strategy is really good. First of all, you chose an unsynthetic example. There
issues locking people up if they stay on certain, like Florida. But it just always come right back. Mayor come in trying to clean it up, it just goes right back. I don't know if there's some over the clouds right there. I don't know what it is, but I wish I could.
It's just very random, I guess. If you don't hear that anywhere else.
It's the same thing in San Francisco where I grew up, though. I mean, Tampa district as well as Western District. I grew up living on my apartment building right on top of Elite.
Cino's gonna. What's up, gang? Gang, what's up? What the fuck you say, gang? Fuck you, motherfuckers. Yeah.
Hey fam, you gotta watch your mouth. He'll be right back, real quick and in a hurry. He's gonna be removed. I love Cino. He's a loyal friend.
He's a nice guy. Bree, you can't choose a side, Bree. What the fuck? You're in that college of spaces? This isn't a place for fence sitters. You need to stand on your square. You can't be in his rooms. Like, what the fuck? He's gonna turn on you one day, Bree.
Hey, he's scared of me. He kicked me out, man. They kicked me out.
What did you say when you got in there?
I said, you better not be fucking with my people.
Oh.
He said, who was your people? I said, Pepe. And he kicked me out.
Didn't I tell you Ed would be back the minute Cino came back? Who's Ed, Cino?
He was over there too.
Yeah,
When they let me up, they let him up too. Yeah. So he probably a part of their shit. Part of their shit. Well, he cool. Let me stay. He ain't saying nothing. He did nothing.
Yeah, it's all right. I was just wondering.
Look. We gotta slaughter the tribe. We gotta leave one alive to go back and tell them what we did. That's who Ed is.
You know what's funny is that there's people in here that would be in his audience, but I'm taking his audience and I'm taking that mental midgets, people that would be in this room that would make him happy. I'm making him the content. Oh, the war drugs. Who did it? It didn't affect more. Don't care. But I do care that you're lying, Jamie, and that you're still on this app. Shouldn't be on this app anymore.
I get the argument they're trying to make, but let's face the fact. War on drugs is a thing.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about the war on drugs. I want to talk about that baby. He looks like a fucking crack baby. And he has crack baby fingers.
Wow. Yeah,
he's a white trash piece of shit. Yeah, he's so horrible. I mean, he had to sexually assault women. That's like you.
That's why he got mad at Juan and mad at you, shit, because he can't never get him. What he want, Never. He got a bad pussy. He got a bad. So I looked down like.
But he doesn't buy it. He cons his way into it, unfortunately. And then he threatens it. And sometimes, I don't know. I mean, it's in the news. What can you do?
There's some fucking white liberals. I can say they let me right on up. I say, I raised my hand and what's up? I said, what the fuck is JB? I said, what the fuck with my people? I said, Pepe, what the fuck you think that guy? No, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you. It'd be cool. Like, if I lived in New York City, I would say, like, let's go on IG Live. I just walk up in front of this place. And, this would be the funny part. It's like, hey, buddy, let's have a talk in person. And then I can just put my arm around his shoulder. Say, hey, guys. And I can have the phone out. It's like, hey, so let's see if he's going to say this shit in real life. He would do it. Like, I can already read that weasel is such a fucking
yeah, okay, Motosker.
He's not Mr.
Are you projecting? Wasting your time sitting there in chat. Maybe you're Dr. Adams or Matt. Maybe you're a loser if you got John Kitover derangement syndrome.
Dude, even compared to like 15 years ago, I can see person. I mean, like, you get it's fucking fast. Like, a lot of things I can rely on to, like, physically defend myself. Like, that, it starts to go away. And, I'm not somebody
that.
has like, of course, a lot of the brothers on this app would probably say like, yeah, I got killers in the streets or whatever, but like, no, they don't. No, stop that. But you get some guys who voice like that. But brothers like me, like sir, we not like that. No, not you. I'm saying they exist though. Like you exist. I'm not gonna deny that they exist. Yeah, well, I got a question for you though. Okay, let's get out the black man. Let's get on the white man. Okay, what I do all this year, and this is what frustrates me about the white man. Y'all put me so powerful and so much confidence.
Coming for my whole
Everything wrong with y'all is because the tree and the white man.
If you roll up, make sure you come strapped. Be sure to shoot straight.
They're such sneaky people. I mean, we have to do something about it. You know, they're masters at debating and lots of stuff. And so, you know, they're very formidable enemy. You know, they're very, very quick-witted. That's just something you have to deal with. They're natural debaters and arguers. I'm gonna ask you right now, please. So, black problem. It is. I can't answer either question because I would lose my clubhouse account.
Are you part of the John Kitover Duration Syndrome cheerleading squad?
No, I'm just kidding.
This is about a moron in Phoenix, Arizona with brain damage from being a boxer. He's a racist, bigot, white supremacist midget fraud. I think he's funny. I like him. I think he's funny. But the point is, you know, we're here to roast people. And we're not here to be nice about it. We're here to cook. Pepe is, you know, if we were to, I'd have to look up the recipes for chicken frog, but what I'm trying to say is, I don't need to look up the recipes because Pepe will cook himself. He's self-roasting. Here we go.
He's a liar. He's causing drama. So
also, everything that Pepe says is projection. Everything.
I feel like, the other day I was talking shit, I was a little drunk. But now I go into the room, he said, Canada, who did the war on drugs affect the most? He's getting into, these, retarded, conversations that I feel like the super pro-black people are always in on. It's so fucking weird. Again, he's a New York weird and whatnot, but... No, he's a black person, he is ass. He's a nigger. He's a wannabe.
That is you, man.
Italian. No, he's been lying this whole time saying he was an Italian. I mean, he has zero Italian relatives. He's 100% full-on American. Looks like probably part
I don't know why
English.
I'm to be so
He's
MAGA.
0%
The most MAGA person in
Italian.
Clubhouse turns out to be Monica.
100%
Monica is the biggest fucking MAGA on this app. And I love it. Bigger than Anne, bigger than everything. Anne and her have fallen out, so it's like, what does it tell you? It's like, even if you're unified on president or politics, you can still have a personal falling out because you yourself are too emotionally
He can act like a fucking tough guy. He grew up in those streets.
Yeah, that's the same problem.
He's just
I don't know if people tag me or tag me.
Okay, and why would you want to work as one of those fat guys?
Somebody libels or
Those
something.
guys are, I
Put
make
them
fun
on
of
legal
those
notice.
most white people.
It's the end of it. Then
You're
it's a
such
them
a
problem,
low-life
not
piece of
me.
shit that you think
Anybody can quickly
those
find
fat guys are cool.
the fact that I reported
Because they,
that I listen to, like if you're slandering it, I'm reporting
some
something.
pot-bellied,
Be careful what you say.
fat fucking guinea
Otherwise, you
rolling
will
on top
suffer
of my fucking
repercussions.
head, fucking slob, eating pasta, doing whatever, watching,
Oh,
sports
you were already
on
on legal
TV.
notice, so just screenshot this and send it to my law firm. You know exactly where you live, we're ready to serve you on money.
Just a fat, greasy wop. I mean, I would rather be one of those people than be him any day of the week. At least they have a place to call home. At least they probably, the difference also is even let's just say they were in the mafia. Now, Canadians didn't have like this part of town in Boston, but you had the Irish in the South. Now it was like, you know, you knew they were doing this. There was obviously like you had their mafia bullshit, but it never really.
You know what? If every ends this live, my chats are going to be part of this.
In Providence, Rhode Island, when my grandfather, for his boss, like he was an example where he would have to like walk like with the box full of cash. I guess he's kind of like, I guess he would either lose or win bets. But in Providence, he could walk down the street because this was illegal.
I'm trying to help you.
And like nobody fucking like ever. You know, it's obviously you're fucking the mafia's business at that point. And it's like you're gonna wish the cops caught you and not, well, even then they'd fuck you up in jail, so they can't really get away from it. But moral of the story is that like, if you kind of like just not involved in their life, you don't really, you know, they weren't that threatened, you know, you didn't really have to worry about them. No, I understand they did like extort legitimate business owners and that kind of shit. I don't try to make these vagabonds to be like saints or anything. But which you could. You see, somebody like Jay Prescott, being the sleazy piece of shit he is, he knows that if he would have done that to one of their fucking daughters or girls in the fucking neighborhood or anything, those gays would have taken that skinny fucking Pollock. They would have beat him within an inch of his life, even if they decided to spare him. That piece of shit.
Now I've screenshotted
They look at him the fucking loser he is. He's a lowlife.
Good job on that. Is that how you spend your Saturday nights?
Like, how
Get yourself in trouble.
if you were to, and this is just gangs in general, like even with white outlaw motorcycle clubs are generally going to be something I would say probably the most prominent. With whites, I mean, you have to be a the fuck do you call it prospect for like I don't know a year or two, and they're going to test you. They're going to test your character. A fucking sleazebag like him, he can't do that. I mean, he'll never pass muster for any group, you know, especially one where you have to really rely on them not only fuck you over, but snitch or steal from you. Or set you up. And like, this guy's a weasel. Nobody wants to be around people like him.
Sorry, I can't talk here in a minute. I need to go clean off my driveway. And,
go do it.
Yeah, I will in just a second. I just wanted to say, I just heard the audio clips of JD talking about you. They're disgusting. They're literally disgusting. Like, I just now, a week later, have listened to everything, and I'm questioning, what did you ever do to deserve to be talked about like that? And I'm sorry you have to catch a stray like that.
Thank you.
What did he say about one?
He's mad at Pepe, so I guess he figured
what did he say?
For payback.
Well, it's not good, and I don't want to play the clip because I don't want Mon to be triggered and upset over again. And
you know what? I don't like you now for bringing that shit up.
No, KK's good. No, KK's good stuff.
I love your loyalty, Sino. I love that. That's right. JP, protect Mon. I'm just saying, it was worse than what people had told me.
What happened? What did he say?
Well, I'm not going to play the clip because it's about Mon unless Mon says it's okay, but it's really...
No, because
Who do you think you was talking to Tay like that, though?
Just send me the clip.
Yeah, you can send it to Pepe, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, bro. Stop talking to me, bro. I don't know who you think you are, bro.
Okay.
Sino, you're cool. Guys, you guys are cool. Stop.
everyone calm down. So, you're being very protective of Mon. Mike is being very protective of me. We're all together. We're fine and everything's great. I'll send it to you, Pepe, but he called Mon a self-hating black woman in one sense, and that she was a
75-year-old or bitch.
She was irrelevant and whatnot. Yeah, he did. I'm gonna go on. I don't want to miss part. I'll just send it to you, Pepe. Okay. But I just wanted to say, Mon, I'm so sorry. I just want to give
Anybody in the chat, get me back in that room. If y'all can get me back in that room, I'm gonna go fuck him up.
I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, this big mouth, he's just such a dumbass. Like, he likes to say, Pepe, we had this conversation. I swear to God, in real life, you never said the kind of things you say. You never said the kind of. Well, I don't go up to black people like, oh, hey, black people. I know you're at church. Yeah. That's cool and all. Yes, amen. Lord Jesus. Hey guys, do you want to talk about Black Pride? Amazing, right? Yeah, let's talk about it. Or go to their chicken and waffles restaurant or whatever the fuck they like to go, and be like, hey, I know, oh, amazing, great drink, love it. Hey, do you guys want to have a question? Or have a debate? They're gonna be like, leave me alone, fuck you. But then people come online to have like the controversial conversations, and that's. In reality, that's where, like, even you black people, diaspora war stuff that, like, I think happens online way more than it does in person. Like, do you guys stop other black people and ask them, like,
no, they don't.
Of course they don't. And do you think, like, we like white people say, like, oh, hey, are you liberal? Are you? They're like, no, we don't really do that.
They don't do that shit.
No, they don't. Why would you think that shit, man? You sound dumb as hell. Why? Why would you think?
Well, yeah, but those white people, they will like go and like. I used to like 2020. I'd wear like it's okay to be white shirt when I go to the store, and then I'd have like a Trump hat on, like Make America Great Again. And I'm telling you, like I was boxing up to that point, and I'm at the fucking store. I'm like, I wish a motherfucker would. Just like, go ahead, test me, bitch. Fucking test me. Go ahead. And then, oh, you're bigger than me? Amazing. That means you're like, going to be an easy victim. Actually, don't take the victim part out. I worded that wrong. And I'm not, I wasn't carrying a gun or anything like that. But the thing is, though, is it's like...
Yeah, but you gotta be careful, because you might be in one of these fucking liberal states.
No, I'm in a red state. Oh, I'm in a red state. So, I mean, if you're like a bigger guy and thought you were going to beat at that time, I was still, like, had it in me, where it's like, okay, go ahead, swing on me, bro. Like, see how this fucking plays out. But, it's also like I was bored. I was like inside all the fucking time all of a sudden. And all of this extreme like polarization on the media. I was just waiting for a motherfucker to do something. But the only thing that ever happened, not one person called me out wearing, and I did this dozens of times. It's okay to be white. Red MAGA hat. And the only thing that happened is people would say, yo, from like even far away, to be like, bro, and then they'd give a thumbs up, or like cashiers would be like, dude, I like your shirt.
That's out of epiphany. Hold on, bro. That's out of epiphany. Maybe more of these liberal states, like Chicago, we should have more concealed carry around. Maybe these motherfuckers wouldn't act up the way they act up. If you know a motherfucker is holding, you ain't gonna try. You gonna try it.
Obviously.
Oh, I said that thing. You know what? You're right, Pepe. You're right.
Obviously.
You should be able.
Where you located? Sitting on Chicago?
Yeah, I'm in Chicago.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm on the south side. What you trying to threaten me or something?
I was just trying to see where you located. We can link up.
You hear that shit?
You gonna do something to me?
No, we can politic though. If you want something done, you my nigga, you can politic though.
Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you, man. And if you do, brother, guess what? I'm gonna call the police. You gonna get away about some shit I say on this.
We're gonna meet up. You guys are gonna slap sacks together, and then everything will be all.
Hell no, he from the rag. I just want to talk.
Okay, there's no, guys, there's not going to be black on black violence in here. Okay, look, guys, I've been making a concerted effort not to have black on black violence or white on black violence. This is white on white. We are going to war with the predator, a retard, a narcissist, a con artist, a faker.
Wait, brother.
That's what we're doing. And he's white.
Brother, why you want to do something to me, brother? What did I say that you don't like?
No, brother, we good, gang. I'm just trying to figure out. I ain't never seen you in the room before, nothing like that. So you feel me? I'm just trying to figure out what he is for.
Is he getting arrested?
You never heard about Sino?
He's newer. Mike's newer here. Like he came in. He started coming in here like way after, because we haven't seen you in months. He's not. That's all. He's a nice guy, just like we like you, He's a nice guy so far.
Oh,
so
okay. Well, brother.
Man, we both fuck with Pepe, brother. We cool. I just didn't like how you came back KK.
No, I love Mon. I love Pepe. I love they my peoples. But yeah, don't threaten me, brother. Just because I'm nice smoking.
You guys are cool. You guys are cool. Don't even worry about it.
Don't look.
Bro, this conversation's too personal. Let it stop.
No, we good, nigga. You from the rap? I know how the rap get down. You know how I get down. Shit, we from the same city. Yeah, we don't gotta say.
Take it to somewhere else.
Yeah, you guys are cool.
But look, brother. Let these white people beef. I've been enjoying Pepe beefing with another white man. I've been back here.
Yeah, get out of the way. Let the whites.
Yeah, us whites. The blacks are welcome, and you can join us in our fight against this disgusting Peckerwood JB.
Fuck JB, man.
Yeah, fuck JB. On site anytime. Fuck that old. There's so many things I wish would happen to him, which I got an account clip for saying them, so I'm not going to say them. But he's just imagine what one of those women had to go through. They're terrified. They're being held hostage. And these gross, disgusting men, imagine like 60 of them.
Well,
over the course of 2 days.
He's not doing
Hold on, BB, sure. But 60 of them, so that I guess like 30 a day. I mean, goddamn, that is like, if you're up for 15 hours, that's like 2 an hour. I mean, I'm not a woman, but I don't even know like how your vagina deals with that. But they're terrified. They're saying like, you do anything, like, I'm gonna tell everybody you're a fucking whore and that you're a prostitute and you're doing all that shit. I mean, just imagine. And you can look, and this is after he was already on probation for stealing $200,000 from somebody else. But just imagine how terrifying it was for these women. And then that same cocksucker told you to suck his dick, allegedly. What? He did a plea deal, so
I don't even think that's like alleged. Like he's not convicted of it, but it doesn't appear to be a disputed fact of the case. It's posted in the news, and if the news were misrepresenting that, he can sue them for that. Just because he's not convicted doesn't mean it's an allegation anymore.
They can't sue him if it's in the police report. So if a newspaper repeats what's in a police report, they can't be sued. They're just reporting facts at that point. So no, they can go with it. But when it comes to what he did to these women, like. And this is where I think a lot of people, they kind of overlook it, and they like to say like, oh, well, the past is the past. But I want you to ask yourself, was there ever any point as an American, I get it, there's some things that could go on in a very poor third world country where you literally have gangs rule,
like El Salvador, 8 years ago. But I'm talking about in America. Is there anything that would make you go out of your way and do that to women? I do not think. Yeah, but even if you didn't, just like make them. You didn't. Well, hold on a second, but like coerce. Sure, but coerce them. Basically, say you're gonna sit in this fucking hotel room. My Johns are gonna come through. They're gonna screw you, and you're not gonna. You're not gonna say a fucking thing, or I'll ruin your life. What would drive somebody to do that? Normal people don't go there.
Keep in mind that the anal rape as a child.
Well, yeah, most of us don't buy that. If we think he's just suing them for money, to be honest.
Well, it looks like he got it because that house is in his name.
No, he doesn't have a house. He's renting. It was like $1,600 a month. I think it went up to just over $2,000.
In that neighborhood, no fucking way.
In Brooklyn, yeah. Well, Brooklyn's very expensive.
Okay, enough, Pepe.
I know you didn't delete it, but I filmed it and I posted it as a libel slander
No,
defamation.
nothing.
So
In other
thanks for the
words,
content.
he was acting like
See,
he owned a house. Like
Kanye
he's a
taught me,
renter.
if you can't be used,
We know
you're
that for a
useless.
fact.
So thanks for the drama.
He's
It's on
renting,
YouTube now.
and
Congratulations.
he's renting like a
Still
very, very
Still more.
cheap
But here
place
you
in
are,
Brooklyn.
chatting
And
and
the
watching
reason I
that
pointed
Pepe.
that out,
This is the Pepe show.
yeah, no, and that's not the reason why I bring this up. It's because, as he likes to say, I have a fat cock. I have a God damn it, BB. He has a fat cock, a fat wallet, and a fat ego. Bitch, you don't have a fat wallet, obviously. When you say fat wallet, that means, like, in my experience, meaning a fat wallet means you were at the minimum upper middle class. At a minimum. You're not middle class. You're not somebody who can own a home. It means having a fat wallet is bigger than most. But he's literally somebody living off of government assistance. In a place that he does not own, and where the rent is a lot cheaper than other areas of Brooklyn. He's like legitimately. His wallet is thin. And here's the thing, I don't have a lot of money, and I don't. The thing is, all of you guys say, "Oh, you're Brooklyn is so much shit," and you have these controversial conversations. None of you can say that I tried to be anybody's fucking guru. I did not say I have the fucking answers for anything in life. In fact, what is the purpose of life? I still don't fucking know. At this point in time, nobody can give me a satisfactory answer, but I don't like to have these metaphysical conversations in my fucking rooms. I don't fucking know. When it comes to getting rich, I don't know. I was never fucking rich. I'm not the guy to ask. When it comes to advice, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I'm sorry. When it comes to finance, yeah, fuck all about that. I can't help you there. I'm somebody who's controversial.
Listen, outside of Israel,
but I don't come off as somebody with authority. But what I am good at is the things that I do debate. I'm relatively well researched on, and I've discussed them enough times over. And so I can hold my own debating these topics. Yeah, I know when to bow out. I know when to not fucking engage.
I love how America does
now,
this.
a lot of these fucking retards on you had all of these, like in 2020, how many of these people were fucking self-help gurus or life coaches or whatever shit? These are drama in these houses. I can go tonight. These people were, I mean, they're predatory. I don't know. But the one thing you guys can say about me is that you call me horrible because I already there. 30 years fine. That's a value judgment. I'm not going to say I can't disagree with you. You can say I've said racist shit. Amazing. I can say I'm controversial. Yep. I know that shit. But,
In fact, I would say
personal
I
life.
have a team in place, however,
my
they work per valid
online
signature.
life on
Please
Twitter,
contact me at your earliest convenience to discuss this further.
effectively means I can't be
So,
money off the
Bruce, do you want to accept anything coming
So
out
I'm not a
of
grifter. Long story short,
You will want to, I believe that you're in support of that, but, you don't yell at me about it. I mean, we talked just for a few seconds even.
they lose, and I've got everything to gain. So give $10 right now to elect candidate Kitover to the 16th District of Illinois.
I think about white guys that speak the truth. First name that popped my head is Pepe. That's why I'm telling you and Tommy need to do. Y'all need to do something, man. Because I get it. You know what? You ain't afraid to say it. Yeah, the Jews kicking y'all ass just like the white man kicking the black man.
Kitover to the 16th.
And then you're like, I'm just in here to figure out why I'm not white.
What's a marriage? Can you go slow? Turn it right because the terminology sounds
I don't want to mix it up because the thing is though is that if I was to change it to like such a controversial conversation, which I do have views that
or $10 or $200 or $500.
a lot of people on the far right,
Be the
the far right's calling it is that you have some of them that are like definitely do like have a lot to say about Jews.
Yep.
I would say I disagree with most of what they say, but not all of it.
But they sound like, look, Pepe.
But when it comes to the kosher right, which I would call them, and some of them even venture into the far right, I think they're also. I'm not for the kosher right, which is I won't even get into that label.
Pepe, they sound just like the FBAs. The FBAs blame white man for everything, and your far right extremists, they blame the Jews for everything.
Well, yeah, there is this level of So even like people like Richard Spencer, I think I talked to him a couple of months ago. I talked to him more frequently. He there is something that a lot of the people, the alt-right doesn't exist anymore, but people on the far right, a lot of white people seem to be really in denial about this, but like white people are their own worst enemy. And white people absolutely have problems to fix first. Now, when it comes to, I think that, let's just look at Zionists, for example. Do I think that they put themselves in a position to like really
to win,
to propagate, their nationalist, like, sure, but they're like, yeah, their nationalist agenda.
But do you
absolutely
control? Pepe, do you think the Jews control everything?
No.
I don't think
they controlled. They largely. I mean, they say it's an anti-Semitic trope, but they did control sectors, like absolutely.
Hollywood, Disneyland, in the middle. Yes.
I would say Hollywood. I mean, you can make an argument for advertising. You can make an argument just for media in general.
Okay.
In the 1970s, it was like over 70% of the media was owned or controlled by the Jews, and
so everything, the Jews own everything.
No. Depends on. I would say when it comes to influence, one of the precarious positions they put themselves in is that when it comes to positions of influence, they absolutely dominate. And a lot of that was. They kind of, which is natural.
So give $10 right.
They wanted to influence Americans in a way that would make them feel the safest and to be pro-Israel, of course.
We got a group of people that know they small in numbers. They say, hey, we got to infiltrate this system and this culture and influence these goofy ass and dumb ass Americans to do our will. Who's at fault?
Well, both parties, but I would say.
Just say the Americans.
But I would say this: there's a lot of. See, I don't dislike Jewish people, but when it comes to groups, like I look at groups and individuals differently.
I don't think Jews, even as a whole, are like a threatening force. However, I do think they're like highly capable and talented, and so they can punch way above their weight. When it comes to people like, well, sure, but hold on. When it comes to people like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro, I'm just going to be realistic with you, this is where I do judge based on their ethnicity. As soon as I see that you're Jewish, I am automatically going to see what angle you're going to have. Well, no, I mean, but you have to. Just like if you're a Mormon, I absolutely have to do the same thing. I know what the Mormon stances are. Now, if I get a quote-unquote progressive Mormon, I'm going to say, what is his angle? Because there are things in the Mormon church that are absolutely not tolerated. And so I want to see, how are you progressive? And so I want to see, when it comes to, even like on Twitter or X, I get all of these, you have all of these astroturfed accounts where it's like America first. And they have like an Israeli flag and an American flag and some Jewess that's attractive in her 20s. And I'm just thinking like, no, fuck off. No, I mean, like I'm not buying that shit.
They're not going to be like the Rand Paul. No one's gonna back Rand Paul, and like I'm not saying the guy's bad.
I wouldn't say they're in control. The thing is though, is that I forget who is this stupid bitch that got hired by. So basically, what is it? TikTok. What ended up getting that? They've been trying to. TikTok was sure. Yes, but if you look at TikTok, they were for years people were saying how like this is like looks like it could be used for like infiltration in the United States when it comes to data collection and even influencing our population. It was China as a hostile country, at least as a nation. Okay, years are talking about this, but Mitt Romney, others, and by the way, that legislation that was passed by both houses was actually written by a group of Jews. And prominent Jews. Yeah, that got TikTok banned. And they ended up, the reason why is because they could not control the narrative on TikTok. Now, the thing you have to understand is that Palestinian side that you see, they are heavily, the amount of foreign propaganda that goes into it is fucking insane. I mean, you can't believe anything that comes out of the pro-Palestine side. Like, they are the biggest fucking liars. And they're like, well, why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe this story? Because you guys you cry wolf. And if I find it false 8 out of 10 times, why the fuck am I going to believe this one might be one of the true ones?
When they said the babies were being killed, and then found out babies weren't being killed. That hurt my feelings.
But there were babies killed.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Look, so I'll tell you this. There's footage that's available to the public that show dead babies. Now, what you didn't get to see, hold on a second. What you didn't get to see, and I do know one person that actually saw the footage, who's in Canada. Basically, certain government officials, different media organizations, they could view much more graphic and disgusting version that nobody wanted it to be released to the public because of just how graphic, and it is absolutely horrifying, from what I've heard.
So wait a minute.
But you see you literally see the half dead people still alive, the children screaming and crying, and even John Spencer, who he was somebody who has a lot of experience in warfare. He's considered an expert in urban warfare. He was saying how what was very odd about it is that you saw these children screaming and crying that were injured. their relatives were dead, and they were just like smiling, laughing, going on business as usual, which he found very odd. You have to understand, he's a person who saw this in real life. He's a person who's gauging the behavior based on like what he's seen with the professional military.
I'm saying, Pepe, you're making my point. I'm saying Gaza shouldn't be going through what they want to. I'm saying Israel is going too far.
That may be the case. That may be the case, but you don't know the real numbers when it comes to Gaza.
They find it weird that a so-called baby or babies that have been killed, for decapitated babies and one in the oven. Yet we haven't seen a single picture of any of those decapitated babies. And the baby that was...
They don't release that shit to the
public. Hold on, let me finish. Then the baby that allegedly was put into the oven, and they also turned the oven on, right? So they burned the baby. It turned out to be a puppy. There was an AI picture. It turned out to be a small dog sitting in its basket. Turned out to be an AI picture.
All right, I don't know where
this is 100%.
I have to look at it. I have to look at it to verify that it's a quote-unquote 100% facts. And I'm just like, this is why I didn't want to go down this road. Like, I know normally I like having these conversations more.
But respectfully, we're almost 23 months in since October the 7th, and you still have to look into something that sort of everybody that has done like 59 seconds of research knows. There were no decapitated babies, there was no baby in the oven. But then you're screaming from the top of your lungs like, yeah, they killed babies.
They did. There was one. There was definitely a baby they killed. That one was available to the public.
Chino, 1 second. How many babies or minors, then I should say, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Let me ask you the question. How many children, minors, babies included, have been killed since the 14th of May, 1948, all the way to the 6th of October, 2023?
No idea.
Tens of thousands. One baby is too much, sir. How about that? One baby being killed by fucking bombs is too much, sir. It's too much. One baby. I don't give a fuck if it was 3 babies. No baby should be killed by bombs. What the fuck are you talking about? I live in America, sir. In America, we don't have to do that shit. Okay?
I agree. I agree, but guys, I don't want to talk about like Jews and Israel and like whatever shit. Like, I understand why so many people consider as Zionists. They believe Israel should exist and they have the right to defend themselves. Like, I definitely think that when it comes to human rights abuses or human rights in general, they are, and here's the weird thing is people will say it's anti-Semitic to bitch about Israel. No, it's not. I'm sorry. But when we have wars in America, you have anti-war protesters everywhere. They call our, whoever the president is at the time, a horrible person. They're committing war crimes. They're yada yada yada. No, it's not anti-Semitic. It's par for the course. You guys, if anything, Jews, especially when it comes to these leftist anti-war people, they look at Jews as a bunch of fucking white people, and they're holding your feet to the fire, just like they hold us white Gentiles' feet to the fucking fire in our Western empires. You guys are no fucking different. They don't believe that. They don't buy any of your rhetoric. And I do think a lot of the pro-Zionist rhetoric is absolute garbage. And I've like pushed back against it. And people at first are like, "Oh my God, are you an anti-Semite?" No, like I don't believe in the shit that was being said under George Bush. We're spreading freedom and democracy. And hey, fuck off. He was a piece of shit. What? I mean, was that anti-American for me to go against what Bush said? Even if you look at the veterans of the global war on terror, it's incredibly unpopular. Like, so much of it was unnecessary. Go into Afghanistan, take out the Taliban, Al Qaeda, kill or capture, Osama bin Laden. Iraq, there's no reason for us to go in there. That's that. I mean, that's it. Trillions of dollars saved. 100 million, whatever fucking people would have not lost their lives. Or how many? It's not 100 million. How many million? Was it a million, I believe? I don't know why I went with 100 million. It was a million. A million people lost their lives in, I believe, in the war in Iraq. And of course, we have what the veterans have had to experience, and that have lost their lives. And I'm not. This is a lot of this is. Just looking at what ended up happening after the global war on terror, is you had a lot of these guys that were like special forces and stuff, and then they get out of the military. It's like, what do? I know Green Berets are different from Navy SEALs. They're not as much commandos. They train, for foreign people, build alliances and all of that shit. And then you have, long story short, you have these people. They've been doing one thing for, over a decade. They come out and then, like, a lot of them become podcaster bros. And I would listen to some of them because, like, I don't have experience, let alone in the military, but doing the shit you guys did, like, okay, what do we do in the military? And listen